a few moments. So it's coming, but we have struck 10 o'clock, which was kick-off time as advertised, so I will open the meeting. Welcome to the Budget and Performance Committee meeting, May 26, 2026. My name is Councillor Greg Sayers. I'm chairing the meeting. I'm supported by my deputy, Councillor Maurice Williamson. I'll just run through some of the housekeeping. Just a couple of reminders. This meeting is a live webcast. Now, do we have anyone online? We don't have anyone online. If anyone, I might just mention if for any reason you do need to leave the meeting and need to go online, please advise Duncan, the Senior Governance Advisor here, and we'll arrange that link for you. For those present, maybe we just turn our phones off. And can you also just please make sure you've signed into the Resolve system for your voting and looking at your agendas. Sandra, if there's no one signed in a few moments, perhaps you could just signal that to them. No one electronic attendance. No apologies. Full house today. And just for lateness, there's Councillor Bartley. And David Typer. Okay, thank you. Yeah, move and second those apologies. Moved by Deputy Mayor, thank you. Moved by Councillor Baker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, carried on the voices. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest that need to be declared? There being none, confirmation of minutes. This is the from the Budget and Performance Committee on the 21st of April. 2026, just to confirm those minutes. Do I have someone that's happy to move those minutes? Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, second by Councillor Foley. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate by your voice. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Items not on the agenda. Is any items to be raised today that we need to add to the agenda? No, there being none. There are no petitions. Okay. There is no request for public input? Okay. No request for local board input? No? Okay. So now we move on to the substantial items of the day. So I'll just at the start, if as we go through, particularly perhaps for item 8.2, which is a mayoral proposal, if there's any amendments, can you just please make sure that those have been circulated, particularly to Duncan here? as the Senior Governance Advisor. As I've kind of mentioned leading up to today, it's important that those amendments have been perhaps socialised and tested with the Finance Department or the Chief Executive or the CFO and his team, just to make sure that they're robust and we've got a balanced budget. On that note, I'll move through to the first substantial item, this is item 8.1. Now this is the annual plan local board feedback and advocacy update. This provides an overview of local board feedback and advocacy on the proposed annual plan 2026-28. Thank you very much. I understand we've got a verbal update from you.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Through the chair, this report summarises the local board's adopted feedback and advocacy on the annual plan. As part of Auckland Council's governance model, local boards have a legislative role to provide input into regional plans. You heard this input directly from local boards at a committee workshop on the 6th of May and had the opportunity to ask questions. The full resolutions are attached to the report, but key themes include 15 local boards express support or qualified support or support in principle for the overall plan. In addition, 2 local boards supported the 7.9% rates increase, and 2 more local boards either partially supported the plan or had mixed views on the plan. 11 local boards also requested a review of the fairer funding model or noted that the model doesn't consider aspects such as population growth and increased cost pressures. The adopted advocacy and other requests raised by local boards generally focus on equitable funding models, improved transport options, environmental sustainability, and investment in sports and recreational facilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, up on the board, councillors and independent Māori Statutory Board members, Hakura members, we have the motion. Is there somebody that's happy to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Hill, seconded by Councillor Henderson. So we'll go into questions. Are there questions of the staff about the report? Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks Chair and thanks team. We heard from our local boards personally and that was really good. Could you just give us a bit more explanation around, because you said 15 local boards generally are supportive of the proposal. Can you give us a bit more detail in terms of the numbers that also support the proposed rates rise?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we had 15 boards that expressed support, qualified support or supported in principle the overall plan, and then we had 2 more that expressed particular support for the 7.9% general rates rise. So altogether of those 17, there were 9 that explicitly supported the 7.9% rates rise.
Kia ora. And for those that didn't support, did they offer any alternatives, I guess I'm asking?
So there were 2 that did not support the 7.9 and the others were silent on the issue.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you for the answer. So are there any further questions? Yes? Oh, up here. Okay. Sorry, I've got a speaking order here. I saw Councillor Fletcher, so I'll go to Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Henderson, followed by Councillor Filipaina.
I've had feedback from some of the local boards that they were asked to give feedback quite early in the process and that they didn't feel that they had had sufficient information to be able to draw conclusions on it. Have you had that expressed to you? That's come from 2 local boards that have spoken to me directly.
Through the chair, we haven't received that feedback expressly. The process that we follow is that the local boards receive the feedback from the community consultation and they form their feedback based on that feedback as well as any information that we received to that date. So their business meetings were at the end of April. So it is a little while ago, so any information between then and now is not considered in this feedback.
I'd just like to note that when we come to do this for subsequent plans, that we check in with them as to what support they would like before they give their feedback. So I just, could that be recorded, please?
we'll record that, and we do support them through the process, so we'll make sure that any gaps are covered, but thank you.
Okay, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. This is more of a question to Phil. Looking at the excellent feedback, as always, from the Henderson Massey Local Board, C4, note public concerns that a savings target of 106 million will result in reduced services to the public. I could ask for your comment on that.
The reality is we haven't done the detailed planning yet around how to achieve that 106 million savings target and or the additional inflation impacts on the budget that need to be solved for. As I've said to councillors, I can't tell you in good conscience that there won't be any impacts observable to the community at this point.
And that's specifically on 106 million as the target.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Filipina.
Ata mare he mana, ata mare e koutou katoa to our committee, and ata mare e koutou katoa to our kaimahi. Just in tēnā korua, just to pātai, now I know that 2 local boards just recently in the last day or so passed resolutions in regards to a targeted rate. How is that going to be fed into the local board feedback? And in particular for our next committee meeting, which is governing body, how would that process happen?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, we have a report, 8.4 on the agenda on the targeted rates. So the resolutions will be discussed then. The committee will decide on whether to recommend the rate to the governing body, and then that will be decided then. There may be some discussion depending on what happens in the conversation in 8.2.
And just supplementary to the 2 local boards around the targeted rate, the recommendation, I think I forgot about the Māngere Otahu actually had a caveat on that their withdrawal of the targeted rate was dependent on the mayoral proposal going through. Is that correct?
I'll have to bring that up. I can have a look. It'll just take me a minute.
No, look, if that can be for our next committee meeting, and I mean, if others are in particular interested, they can contact you, but that's my understanding. Kia ora.
I can help. So that is covered in the report in 8.4. So quite right, one local board has made it, their position conditional on mayoral proposal and what decisions made there. The other one is based off advice around the mayoral proposal. So I think there are some key impacts in 8.2. So depending on where we get to in 8.2, that may have impacts on how you proceed in 8.4.
Kia ora, thank you, Ross. Tēnā kōrua.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Oh, that came up fast. Thank you. Kia ora. My question was in relation to the information that local boards have around the savings work that council already does, most of which goes through the Value for Money Committee, where I see some resolutions from local boards giving feedback saying, we should do this or do that, but actually these are things we're already doing. So is that something perhaps for next time that we need to get better at communicating? Is that people are identifying savings, but actually they're savings we're already making?
Through the chair, we'll look into that for next time to make sure that they have the information that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnā tātou, thank you for the presentation. Tore Ngātaki, member of Haukura. I just wanted to share Haukura's views in terms of this kaupapa. and thank the team for the Māori impact statement that's within there, but also thanking the local councils in terms of what they have provided in terms of feedback. The advocacy they highlighted by local boards are in alignment with both He Whenua Makaurau issues of significance and Te Pai Arataki strategy, which we strongly appreciate. I've got two questions, and I know you've provided some feedback, but I think it's important that we table them here so that we can all hear them. One, how will Council ensure annual plan decisions give clear weight to Māori outcomes, particularly in high Māori communities facing growth, deprivation and infrastructure pressures?
Thank you, and thank you for providing your questions in advance. We have spoken with Ngā Matarai to help frame these questions. So the main decision sits with the Mayor and the governing body, but local boards' input helps make sure that the Māori priorities are visible. Māori outcomes are built into decision making through Tamaki Ora and Māori Outcome Strategy. Our Māori Outcome Strategy, and the Māori Outcomes Fund, which guide where effort and investments go. Local board feedback adds place-based views, especially in areas with high Māori populations and growth pressures. So decisions reflect what's happening on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you. And the second question is, how will Council track and report progress on local board advocacy for marae, papakainga, Māori-led restoration, mana whenua priorities and cultural heritage, which I think were key pieces of advocacy within local council submissions?
Thank you again for the question. This is a question that we did get help from answering from Ngā Matarai. There is not a single system that tracks this end-to-end at the moment. We do track it in parts. Local board work programs show what is being delivered locally. Funding decisions such as those through the Māori Outcomes Fund are also tracked and reported on. The Māori Outcomes Annual Report was not produced last financial year as it was a transitional year, but this will be in place again this year and will provide a clear review of key Māori outcomes work, including relevant local initiatives. This is not drawn up yet, but work is underway which will improve how we track and report this over time so that there's clearer visibility from local advocacy through to delivery.
Ka pai. Thank you. And I think the key for us is hearing them reporting on Māori outcomes, right, as opposed to just the deliverables for the particular programs, but actually seeing that report. So we look forward to seeing that report come out when it does. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just in terms of speaking order, we'll have Councillor Lee, followed by the Mayor, followed by Councillor Gillen, followed by Councillor Bartley. So, Councillor Lee.
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. In terms of the local board feedback and the basis of the positions taken by the local boards, in terms of the public consultation feedback, the 12,144 submissions, do we have a breakdown, or were the local boards given a clear breakdown of the feedback as related to their local board areas, and also what was the breakdown of the 12,144 submissions in terms of for or against the annual plan, and in particular the 7.9% rates increase? Do we have that info?
Through the chair, I can answer part of that question. Local boards do receive a breakdown of the consultation feedback per their local board. They receive it in a report that goes to their business meetings in April alongside their decisions to give feedback for this report that we are speaking to. In terms of the breakdown of the consultation feedback, I'll have to hand that over or come back to you.
So just, can we be reminded of what the feedback across the board from the 12,144 submissions was for or against, just to help us today?
Councillor, we're just clarifying that that's not for this team, it's for the folk who manage the consultation process.
Right, it looks like they just organise themselves. I'll go to the next question and come back.
Quite important, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. So if we can just hold Councillor Lee there, and we'll go to Mayor Brown.
Okay, thanks very much. I've seen the summary of the support from the boards. I think you had it down at 15 expressed support, 2 expressed qualified but did support the 7.9, and you had 2 local boards that did not support or oppose the proposal, and one of them was Rodney Local Board, and I've read the Rodney Local Board papers in here, and they don't seem to oppose it at all. In fact, they said overall plan, support the overall plan, in particular, fairer funding, prioritising transport, rates increased to pay for infrastructure, which is what CRL is, and improving public transport and better roading. So how did you get the idea they opposed it? Unless this is not a fair assessment of what they've said.
Through the chair, looking at the Rodney resolutions that they adopted, subsection D, number 1, they do not support the proposed average 7.9% rates increase, and the local board considers this increase inequitable, as Rodney ratepayers already disproportionately impacted in 25-26 by property re-evaluation, are being asked to contribute to the city rail link while receiving minimal benefit and continue to face significant local transport and infrastructure deficits.
Oh, well, that's not what it says in the papers associated with this at all. So
there was an update to the attachments yesterday morning. Mistakenly, the prior year's resolutions were attached to the report, so I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just reading what's in here, and it doesn't say that at all. So, rightio, okay. Anyhow, I went and spoke to them last night. They didn't seem to be fussed about it at all. So there you go.
Thank you.
Have we got somebody to address Councillor Lee's question? Mr Burns, thank you.
Kia ora. Just through the chair, I've just brought up the presentation that was presented back to this committee in a workshop in April on the results of consultation. Of individual submitters, 48% supported all or most of the proposed plan, and 44% did not support most or any of the proposed annual plan. Does that address the question, Councillor Lee?
Yes, I think it would be helpful to have a better breakdown, especially at this particular meeting, rather than the results of the consultation, which is a statutory process, not even mentioned actually in the report's fairly important, and also to have a breakdown of that as well, and as it relates across the region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr Burns.
Maybe just, yep, so that breakdown is all available. It was available, it was made as part of, available as part of the workshop on the 22nd of April. It's on Resolve.
Yeah,
we can circulate via email where to find that information. There's a full breakdown that is available to you.
Yes, workshops are not statutory meetings. This is the time to have a report and a proper objective analysis of that feedback, rather than, oh, we can't remember, oh, we'll drag it up, here it is. It should be on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, next I'll have Councillor Gillen followed by Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, thank you very much for the work you did in this space, and there's been a lot of useful feedback provided by the local boards. But apart from the funding issues, which have been partially addressed in the mayoral proposal, it isn't clear to me what of their feedback has actually been incorporated into the revised annual plan. Are you able to tell me, I mean, they've sent through a lot of feedback on a whole range of issues, but what exactly has changed in the plan as a result of that?
So there'll be a question for the next item on the mayoral proposal. This is about the feedback from the local boards. The response to that will be the next item.
Okay, Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and apologies for lateness. My question is along the same lines as Councillor Gillen. There was a lot of feedback that came from local boards that wasn't really in your plan. It's more about the tools that they need to be able to do what they need to do to govern locally. It won't be picked up in the mayoral proposal because it's more about it seems like they're saying they've got assets that are local, that have sub-regional, regional patronage, and they're advocating through this process about that. But it's not going to be picked up because it isn't, part of the feedback on the annual plan and the mayoral proposal. So where will it be picked up? And then there's advocacy around Tamaki Estuary Forum, things like that. A lot of local but regional implications.
Through the chair, there was a lot of feedback on the local board funding policy and their mechanisms on how to do things in their local board area. A lot of that will be picked up through the LTP, and staff are currently looking at the local board funding policy for the LTP. Alongside that, with the rest of the advocacy, our staff in finance will be working together to provide advice on where that advocacy goes next in the next few weeks.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question and the answers. Are there any more questions? Okay, being none, thank you, staff. You can step back from the
Thank
table.
you.
And we'll go into any comments or debate. So I open up for comments or debate. Again, if you use the resolve system, are there any? There being none, I think I can put that. So if we've got a mover and seconder, I'll put that on the voices. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? I declare that carried. Thank you. We move on to the next item, which is 8.2, the annual plan and the mayoral proposal. Just remind that the purpose is to set out the Mayor's recommendations for the annual plan 2026-27 for consideration and decision-making by the Budget and Performance Committee ahead of their recommendations to the governing body. This item is to consider the Mayor's proposal for the annual budget for recommendation to the governing body for adoption. What we have before us is the proposal that we have consulted on with the public and asked local boards also for their feedback. Before we begin, a few things on process. This is an important decision-making item, so I would appreciate your cooperation in helping to run the meeting as smoothly as possibly we can. Please be very clear on questions versus comments. For questions, we have both the Chief of Staff to answer any questions on the mayoral proposal itself, and we have the finance team present to answer any questions on the staff advice. They're all sitting at the front table now. Now, to date, I've received we have received one amendment, which has been circulated to everybody. I haven't received any others. Any amendments should have been run by the finance team, which I understand that the amendment has for his advice, to ensure that the budget is balanced. We will take adjournments if necessary to assess any impacts on the balancing of the budget. We do not want to be making changes to amendment wording in the middle of the debate. So ideally, we can get the amendments tight, and I think there's been some work done on the amendment that's been proposed to make sure it is tight. So ideally, we don't have to make changes during the debate. All right? So I'll have this moved. The mover will obviously be the Mayor because it's his proposal. I just wanted to offer the opportunity to the Deputy Mayor if she wanted to second it. Yeah, okay. Moved by the Mayor, moved by the Mayor, seconded by a Deputy. Thank you for that. I'll now hand over to the Mayor to make some comments before we move to the Chief of Staff from the Mayor's office. So over to you, Your Worship.
thank you for that. Opening up, I'll acknowledge that some Aucklanders are doing it tough, and it's a tough time at the moment. And nobody particularly likes to see a 7.9 race increase. But this is the year the City Rail Link bill lands, and essentially it's a year that global events, including the conflict of Iran and resulting fuel prices, which have been said to be in the order of 25 to 50 million, but given events in the last few days, it'll be nearer 50. We could be facing up to 15% rate rises because of those costs. Essentially what we're offering here is a zero rate rise plus a train. The easier response would be to pass the cost straight on to ratepayers. I'm not going to do that. 7.9 is a very risky package as it stands, but it's what we had consulted on and all voted on for the long-term plan last year after months of consultation. The long-term plan had 5.9%, was the lowest in New Zealand last year, followed by 7.9 this year in order to cover the cost of the rail link, City Rail Link, and 3.5 into the future, which is good. To get to 7.5, we have to find savings of 106 million, which we've yet to all find, plus the diesel increase of 20 to 50 million. These are huge sums of money. It'll all set out in the staff advice, and I hope you've all read it. That figure is equivalent, is more, the savings this year are more than the total turnover of 54 councils. This proposal keeps faith with what was agreed in the long-term plan, consulted with Auckland and approved by council. I like to do what we said we would do. It's not going to be easy to do it, but I'd like to thank everyone who's worked on the proposal. One of my biggest worries is that if we do things like pushing off depreciation or cutting dumb stuff, our credit rating, which is already on negative watch, will drop, and any change in the interest bill will wipe out any 2% savings, just like that. So this is a day to be very sensible. With that, I'll hand it back to Greg and the staff, but thank you for letting me introduce it and move it.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Team, just as we move through today, people will have differing opinions. The day may be long, people might get tired. Can I just make one? Wayne, could you just turn your mic off there? I just want to make kind of one plea, I guess. If you want to talk to your colleagues beside you or near you, can you please do that in a respectful way that isn't so loud that distracts other members? Okay? And Wayne? Wayne? So if you can listen to what I'm saying here, because it tends to come from that corner sometimes. But just all I'm saying is that if you want to discuss things with your colleagues, please try to do it in a way that you're not so loud that you're distracting other people's trains of thoughts, and particularly when they're speaking. And I don't want people calling out across the room either. Let's just try and follow this as per the standing orders. That's my only plea for today, to be respectful to each other and handle this professionally. On that note, Tamsin, I hand it over to you as Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors and Haukura members. So the process for the annual plan for the 2026-2027 cycle began last year. Decisions were taken in December to agree to the items that you would consult with Aucklanders on. That proposal that you took out to consultation was in line with what you approved for Year 3 in the current LTP. Consultation lasted a month in February, and you have since been presented with the feedback from both the public and local boards. As noted previously in the previous item, we have incorporated feedback from local boards on the issue of funding, and have noted a lot of the feedback provided that fits within the LTP. We are currently working with staff to ensure that this is adequately captured and included as part of direction setting for that process. After consultation, you also received updated financial information, including the impact of the fuel crisis to Council's operations and the financial risk that we carry into FY27 if we remain with the proposed financial settings. Today is one of the final steps in this statutory process, which will enable you to set rates as you are legally required to do before the end of the financial year. I will briefly speak to the Mayor's final proposal, which was discussed with you at a workshop last week, where you had the opportunity to ask questions of both the Mayor and of staff. Since then, we have made a few very minor amendments to the proposal. We have added an advocacy to central government on the issue of a rates assistance scheme and further levers we could provide to support those ratepayers who are in financial hardship. These schemes, not dissimilar to rates postponement, are one of the best mechanisms we have to provide financial assistance to those in need. The proposal includes detail on the other financial settings required to balance any budget. These are $3.6 billion of capital investment in transport, water and community assets, 213% debt to revenue ratio, $106 million of operating savings and $67 million of asset sales. Cost pressures exist across the group. There is a high degree of risk associated with fuel and inflation increasing or staying persistently high throughout the year. This must be mitigated within existing envelopes, which will require significant effort from staff and potentially further decisions from this committee on service levels if it becomes necessary. This is on top of a savings target of $106 million, and so far staff have only identified less than half of that amount. This isn't an easy budget, but it is balanced and it sticks to what we have consulted on. Similar to last year, funding for major events remains challenging, and while we have taken a short-term approach to close the gap where possible, longer-term sustainability will be a focus for long-term plan discussions. The Major Events Fund supports the delivery of events like ASB Tennis Classic, Pacifica, Polyfest, Diwali, Lantern Festival, the Auckland Marathon, the Writers' Festival, State of Origin, and other supporting fixtures into 2027. In the Mayor's proposal, he also includes direction on other items for his proposal. We are seeing progress with the application of better value projects across the group. This must continue, and the expectation set through this proposal is that these rules are incorporated into the development of all future budgets. Future advice should include a review of design standards across all activities, an increased focus on benefit realisation and reporting, improved supplier management practices, and a strengthened approach to performance benchmarking. The proposal confirms a short-term approach to centrally managing cost pressures for some local boards, estimated to be around $6 million. This is not a long-term solution and is contingent on the rates increase as outlined by the Mayor. Options on changes to fairer funding to address the longer-term issues that some local boards have raised will flow through the LTP, and that work is well underway. The first phase of CCO reform has been and gone. The next phase must produce real benefits to Aucklanders, and the proposal clearly states an expectation that in-house functions must now deliver on the intent of reform. Further direction is provided to the Auckland Urban Development Office and our property and economic development functions to provide greater clarity around the expectations for the next year and in anticipation of the LTP and the advice that they must produce for you. The proposal also includes interim steps for transport reform for the next 6 months. These include a council-led review of all major projects over $20 million, convening a temporary traffic management advisory group to reduce cost and associated disruption from that activity, a review of Auckland Transport's traffic light technology, a program of minor fixes to the arterial roading network, a better approach to our enforcement policy, and a review of design standards. Further and more specific direction is provided on arts and culture sector reform and the city centre, which further elaborates on direction provided through December's mayoral proposal. Finally, the proposal establishes 5 priority areas for the Mayor to be addressed through this next long-term plan. Importantly, it highlights the current LTP as the starting point for the next and the opportunity to completely embed better, cheaper, faster across everything that we do. The staff alongside me here are happy to respond to questions that you might have, as am I. Thank you, and over to the Chair.
All right, thank you for that. So now we'll move into questions. Again, we'll go through resolve, ideally. So at the moment, I've got Member Henry, followed by Councillor Gillen, followed by Councillor Foley. Tau.
Kia ora. Given that on a number of occasions through the document, it says it should have been 15. How come it's not 15%?
So the document states, staff advice, is that the combined pressures would have meant a rates increase of 15%. However, the direction we took was that the Mayor was keen to stick with the LTP proposal of 7.9%, and mitigations are proposed, a combination of direct mitigations and risk that would allow you to get back to that 7.9%. And so that's what was prepared in the staff advice and then through the mayoral proposal.
So if at the next round in 12 months' time, or whenever it is, we find ourselves, do we find ourselves 7% or 8% shy of starting again? You know what I mean?
So the mitigations that we've proposed, or that staff have advised on, are permanent mitigations and not temporary, and staff have been clear to advise that those sort of temporary mitigations are not what we would support. That savings, for example, or reductions in cost year should be permanent and be enduring, so that we can stick with the 3.5% that was in the long-term plan for the following year.
But just to add to your point, Member Hinare, there is a degree of risk that we are accepting in order to hold the rates increase at 7.9% in which we consulted on. So I think we have tried to make that clear in the mayoral proposal that we do accept a degree of risk in order to hold where we consulted on.
Would it be fair to say that by doing that, you are loading that risk exponentially next time and the next time and the next time?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. To some degree, yes, there is always risk that we face challenges that we have not foreseen, and that kind of conversation in terms of managing that longer term risk will need to take place through the long-term plan. And also part of the staff advice has been very clear that if we found ourselves in a more pessimistic outlook in terms of interest rates, inflation, and further fuel impacts from the fuel crisis, that staff will have to come back to this committee and to the governing body to look for further mitigations which could potentially impact service levels.
Maybe just to add to that, for this budget, for this financial year, there's about 85 million of risk that we're managing. Part of that is the savings target, the 106 million that was talked about earlier, we haven't fully solved yet. If we can solve that in an enduring way, that will set us up better for the future. If it's a bunch of one-off savings, then it doesn't. So that's one element. And the other key part of that 85 million is some risk around fuel prices. So if fuel prices are higher, then over the next 12 months, then as Tamsin has said, we'd have to come back and make some further adjustments to the budget. That is probably, hopefully, a shorter term thing in terms of the fuel prices, But looking ahead, the biggest risk that we have, and the thing that might put that 3.5% future rates increase at risk, is more the longer term economic outlook. What does the fuel prices mean for inflation rates and interest rates? And that is kind of the global economic situation and creates a little bit of risk for us. That's something we're keeping an eye on. But through here, we're trying as much as we can to find enduring savings and not short-term things that just adds to future problems.
Thank you. Councillor Gillan.
Oh, thank you. I've got questions about local board funding and about depreciation. So on the local boards, I'll just repeat the question I asked earlier. There's been a lot of useful feedback provided by the local boards, but apart from the funding issues which have been partially addressed, it isn't clear to me how the feedback has actually been incorporated into the draft proposal. So could you please go through that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Gillan. As I said in my introduction, the degree to which we have incorporated feedback has largely been around the funding issues, which we believe to be the priority, and that was, I think, indicated also by members of this committee. Our read of the feedback is a large majority of that sits within the long-term plan, and it is things that we are very keen to address through that process. We are working with the appropriate staff, both in finance and in local boards, to ensure that that we have captured that and that it flows through.
Okay, thank you. My next question on local board funding is the table that you have in the staff advice on page 25. That indicates that you have managed to mitigate a lot of the cost pressures on the 7 worst affected boards. That were going to be extremely out of pocket, although I note that, is it correct that they've still had to make savings totalling 1.8 million? That's Henderson, Massey, Otara, Papatoe, Rodney and Waitakere Rangers have had to make service cuts totalling 1.8 million. So that's my first question. And then even after the top-up that has come from the governing body, there's still $7.6 million of the previous top-up that local boards are having to rely on to solve cost pressures that are regionally driven and not, through no fault of their own. I'll use the example in my own area. Kaipatiki is still $1.5 million down from what they should be receiving under a fairer funding model. Can you please comment on those?
Thank you through the chair. Thanks for the question. So I guess just firstly on the 1.8 million in mitigation. So those were, local boards were invited to actually look through their full funding and the services they provide, and where possible, look to make sensible sort of minor changes where I think there's actually better value that could be sort of found elsewhere. And so they were presented with a number of options around what they could look at, and in some cases, you'll notice some local boards actually found some savings or mitigations in order to redistribute to other services. So these are choices that local boards make, and with the I guess the sort of assertion that actually any sort of backstop or remaining gap that they may find they've got, the governing body would be ready and willing to step in to support, and that comes through in that $4.1 million figure in additional GB funding. And yes, you're correct. So as part of implementing this sort of new funding policy for local boards, sort of called fairer funding, an additional $50 million per year has been provided to lift local boards to sort of an equitable level. And some of that has been needed, so 7.6 has been needed to cover some pressures. And I guess just to be clear, I think was suggest it's not so necessarily regionally driven. These are pressures for things like utilities and gas, electricity that actually regional activities also experience. It's sort of not unique to local boards and not necessarily.
But they did used to be covered regionally, though, weren't they? And now under fairer funding, they've gone on the local boards' budgets.
Yes, that's correct. So the change in funding policy from a sort of asset-based model where the governing body would need to, historically would have had to deal with any pressures in local activities, local boards under the new model have a sort of funding envelope which they need to make choices to deliver services out of, and that also means that where there are cost increases above inflation or above expectations, that they also need to then make choices about how to deal with those.
Okay, thank you. Now, depreciation. Can you just confirm how much is currently, Auckland Council is currently collecting and setting aside for depreciation, and what percentage of our rates is going towards that? Because I understand there has been, you know, an increase over a number of years, partly because of Council's policy to fully fund depreciation.
I'll just need to dig up those numbers, but at the moment, the proposal, as our process of moving towards fully funding, we're looking to fund 95% of depreciation in the next year, and I'll just dig up those numbers and come back.
Okay, that's fine. While you dig that up, I just want to confirm that fully funding depreciation is not actually a legal requirement, is it? It is a choice of Auckland Council, a political choice, and that I believe other councils calculate calculate it on renewals rather than asset value through depreciation. Would that be correct?
So the council's required under legislation to operate to a balanced budget or to formally resolve as to a reason why they would not operate to a balanced budget. Our reading of that is that that balanced budget should include depreciation as a cost.
So, yep, so I guess to confirm, it's a legal requirement that councils run a balanced budget, and the starting point is covering all of your expenses, including depreciation. Councils can depart from that if they consider it to be prudent. So that comes back to the financial policies in your long-term plan. Our long-term plan and our revenue and financing policy that's been consulted on, has a policy of moving to fully fund depreciation by 2028. That's been a long-standing policy. That's been a key part of our financial settings for a long period of time.
Okay, thank you. So it is a choice of Auckland Council, and this is the track we've gone down. So I'm still interested to know how much of the rates amount is going towards fully funding depreciation due to those choices being made by the governing body in the past. And I guess how much we would also save if instead we were calculating depreciation, or calculating based on renewals, as I believe Christchurch Council and others do.
Is that something I can come back to, Michael, towards the end of this question?
Yes, sorry, no, we haven't had this in advance, so we'll need to just...
Okay, if you do that, I'll hold it and come back to you. Okay, just in terms of speaking order, Councillor Foley, followed by Councillor Turner, followed by Councillor Newman, followed by Councillor Hills, followed by Councillor Bartley. So, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, team. Some of my questions have been asked already about the local board funding, but I just wanted to ask, I'm happy to see that we are filling the funding gap of $6 million, but in paragraph 26 and in the resolution, you say that that's contingent on agreement with the rest of the mayoral proposal as it stands. Can you just explain that? If I know we're not talking about the amendment at this moment, that's what I've got, in my mind. If it doesn't pass as it is, the mayoral proposal, what effect will that have on the ability to fund that $6 million shortfall? Kia ora.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Foley. So within the mayoral proposal, there is that condition in terms of meeting that gap, and that is to recognise, I guess, the overall cost pressures that the group is facing, both at a regional and local level. So if you were to move away from that rates increase, or to have a discussion around an amendment, that would, you would have to have that conversation in terms of what it would do to that gap. But as it stands, the mayoral proposal closes that gap, but it, yes, is contingent on the rates increase.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've come up with different savings I've identified, and each time I do that, I'm told that I'm in the wrong place, that it's a long-term plan consideration, not a budget consideration. And I've developed the opinion from what's been said to me that that's because the things I'm coming up are all asset-based spending rather than operational. Is that a clear distinction between the two different entities we're doing here, this budget round compared to the LTP round?
Just through the chair. So, I guess without specific knowledge of the types of sort of suggestions you've made, I guess
Capital costs.
Yeah. Where savings relate to capital costs in particular, because we're in an annual budget, so the types of savings that might help with next year's rates increase, the impact of a reduction in capital expenditure, let's just say in the order of 100 million, you'd save some interest and depreciation related costs, but it's a much smaller percentage of that. I think it's so between 1% and 2% of that, because those costs are spread over a long period of time in recognition of the benefit.
But our borrowings have gone up by 5 billion in the time I've been elected, just over 3 years, correct?
You have to check the dates, but yes, both debt and assets have increased over the last 5 years. We borrow to fund capital investment in new assets. So yes, debt has increased by that order, but the assets have increased by a lot more.
Our depreciation that we talk about is not banked, it offsets debt, is that correct? In other words, it's not in an account, it's used to offset the debt level.
Depreciation is an accounting expense. What we do is collect rates and other revenue, and then we use that cash to fund asset renewals rather than borrowing to fund asset renewals.
And interest payments on an annual basis actually fall into the operational budget, don't they?
That's great. So interest costs, expense costs in the current year do hit the profit and loss.
So our interest payments at the moment are $1.4 million a day.
So our projected interest cost next year are $710 million as a group, so that's 1.9.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newman.
Good morning. So just to clarify, so a half a percent increase in rates is approximately circa about $15 million, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay, so I understand the constraint with respect to changing the CapEx line, because obviously that's debt funded, although the interest cost of course is treated as an operating cost. You know my position with respect to depreciation, I'm very conservative on that. So the savings that are required in order to achieve some of these different targets, if you will, would have to be in the OPEX line. So I'm wondering what appetite, as a default, maybe the Mayor's office and the senior officials and then finance have for some of the difficult operating savings that would have to be achieved now to achieve savings. Let's take them in $15 million increments. Is there any appetite for some difficult changes now as part of this annual plan, or is there absolutely no commitment to be able to operationalise some of those difficult OPEX savings that I think we would need to achieve?
Yeah, through the chair, I think the position is that 106 is already looking tough and potentially resulting in some difficult discussions down the line if you add in inflation and fuel and the potential for further fuel impacts. The other position that we hold is that for some of those discussions, we would likely need to consult with Aucklanders, and we have not done that. The proposal that we went out to consult with in February did not indicate service level changes except at the local level. So at this stage, the position would be that the harder it gets, the likelihood is that we will have to have those discussions with Aucklanders, and at this stage in the process, we have not done so.
Yeah, my issue is that I understand the need to consult. The difficulty is that we never actually seem to consult on the difficult proposition, for example, around the PT fare concession. That's a real sacred cow that will be tough for people to wear, but we don't have a consultation underway about that. We're not consulting on possibly a reduction in some PT services. We're not consulting on changes to some of our grants. There's difficult challenges that the ELT would face in terms of some of the staffing numbers. If we never get to this point, we will never be able to bite down on some of these quite difficult increases that have been proposed. And I would quite like to address some of that today, but if there is no support for that, then I'm constrained. Is there any commitment to be able to achieve some of those savings at some point? Or are we just going to say, well, we'll just deal with this in the LTP, but when we get to the LTP, we never do it because there are new cost pressures?
Through the Chair, we have included in the mayoral proposal the request for staff advice, particularly in the public transport space, in line with further impacts around the cost of fuel. So we expect that those types of discussions in terms of service levels and public transport to come back to you if we find ourselves in a position where we're needing to pull that lever.
And my one final question, I guess it goes to our ability to make these adjustments following consultation, because of course when we kicked off consultation we weren't aware of the fact that we would have the full extent of a campaign in the Middle East, which is going to obviously affect the cost of fuel and the supply chain of the Strait of Hormuz. We have to make this adjustment, and I think that Aucklanders would see that that would be there's a reasonableness to our need to make these adjustments because of things that we know now that we didn't necessarily know when we kicked this off. Do we have a defensible position that we can make some adjustments given what has subsequently occurred since we first voted this through?
Well, in the consultation document, we did talk about the economic uncertainty generally, and there was provision in the consultation document if there were unexpected events occurring, that the rates could increase by 1 or 2% above the 7.9. So that was what was in the consultation material. Rates increased to deal with unexpected events. We were probably thinking more about weather events and storm events. War breaking out in the Middle East wasn't on the radar. But it had that provision there. What the consultation document didn't do was talk about significant service reductions and changes.
So we essentially bought ourselves the cover to rate more, but we didn't buy ourselves the cover to cut our costs.
Correct. That was what was agreed and what was in the consultation materials.
Was it imprudent not to consider that as a lever for the consultation?
That was a choice at the time. That was, that gave you a financial ability. It gave you one financial lever to make changes. You could have made a different decision if you wanted to have service reductions rather than rates increases. If you were to look at service reductions, you would have had to articulate, well, what would it be and what things would you cut? What would you want to put out there for consultation with Aucklanders?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you. So can I just get some clarity on the 106 million? That was what we consulted on. We think we might have about 50 that we're likely to find or have found through the Value for Money Committee and others. But on top of that, we already know how much cost pressure is coming from diesel, interest rates, etc.
Yes, we don't know exactly what those pressures are from things like diesel prices. We don't know what diesel prices will do over the coming 12 months. We think there's an impact of between 25 to 50 million. What we're proposing here is a package of mitigations, including the 106 million savings and other budget mitigations that adds up to about 200 million. Some of that would be mitigations included in the budget, and that will cover the first 25 million of fuel cost impacts. If it's more on the higher side, we'd have to come back and make other adjustments during the course of the year. So yes, quite right. Of the 106 million, 50 million, has been identified already and factored into budgets. 56 million is still to be found, and we'll work through that process.
So with the 7.9, we still are looking for around $200 million of savings in 1 year.
We found a portion of that, and we're looking to find the remainder as we go through the year.
And both this budget and the next budget based on a interest inflation track of 2%, like the middle of the Reserve Bank target. But what is the inflation rate we are working on now, and what is our expected inflation rate in December?
Michael Bryan might have the exact numbers there. In terms of the long-term plan, I think we had 2.7% for the next financial year, and then beyond that, the projections were 2%, and that is what the 3.5% long-term rates projection is based on. Also, in terms of interest rates, it was about relatively low interest rates as well. Current projections looking further ahead, some forecasters are talking inflation reaching 4 or 5% as a consequence of inflationary impacts of fuel. Current projections for interest rates are a bit higher as well. So that longer-term economic picture is uncertain, but it is not looking very favourable compared to the current projections that underpin the 3.5. I don't know whether Michael Bryan want to add a bit more context around the near-term inflation numbers.
Yes, just to clarify, so in the current year, so coming up, third year of the LTP, assumptions are around 2.1% inflation, and then over the 10 years of the sort of next long-term plan that we'll consider soon, it's an assumption of about 2%, so a little bit lower than where it might be tracking.
A little bit lower, like it's double what we expected, is that correct?
Well, going forward, into the first year of the long-term plan, it could be double what we expected. We don't know yet. We'd have to keep a close eye on that. So it's very important that we solve problems in a sustainable way now and don't add to those problems for the next year, the next financial year.
So say, hypothetically, someone proposed to cut a bunch of things this year and bring them back next. We would have to rate for them. So you're talking about 3.5 plus a couple of % to bring those things back, plus the inflation being double and diesel being higher and interest rates being far higher on debt levels of $17 billion.
That is possible. It's uncertain, but yes. So anything that just defers a rates increase will add to the problem next year. We're projecting in a long-term plan 3.5%, but as I've said, that's at risk, and that could be a bit higher. It could be 5 or 6% starting point, depending on those inflation interest rate things. So if we're doing short-term one-off adjustments now that just defer the rates increase, you add to that problem next year.
Yes, so those measures would have to be permanent, and they would have to not duplicate what we already need to do in terms of meeting the existing savings target.
So staring down the 3.5, the doubling of those figures, plus potential to lock things off this year to bring them back next, we could be looking at another 7 or 8% rates rise as a starter.
It's possible. It's highly uncertain where those things land, but I think our advice is we should be prudent and not add to any problems next year.
Now, on the depreciation, we've had lots of debates about this, but part of the issue is we've locked in some bonds and some loans with very clear expectations. We're already on negative watch. What would it mean if we changed our instruments or financial instruments such as depreciation and borrowing? What could it mean for our borrowings?
Yes, so as you've said, we have 2 credit ratings. One of them is on negative watch, and that is a consequence of the Crown credit rating being on negative watch. So what it could mean, we've enjoyed, and we still enjoy, a very high, very strong credit rating. Part of that is the debt levels, part of that's relationship with the Crown, but a key part of it is a lot of confidence in the Council's financial management strategies, and that includes key parameters such as having clear debt to revenue limits and staying within those, and some of the key financial policies that are included in the long-term plan, such as not borrowing for OPEX, and for this clear policy of moving towards fully funding depreciation by 2028. As soon as we start departing from those things, if we start to do things like borrowing to cover OPEX or delaying fully funding depreciation and borrowing to fund asset renewals, then that means we're in a less sustainable position that undermines sort of confidence in council's financial management, and that could put the credit rating at risk. If the credit rating is downgraded, that makes it harder and more expensive for the council to raise debt, particularly offshore. So that will mean higher interest costs, and it means less ability to access debt when we need it to fund the capital investments in Auckland.
Cool. So creating an issue, because we're already on a watch, the ratings agencies, because of rates capping, because of the lack of certainty around revenues. If we changed our financial practice on a one-off today, there's a likelihood we could get downgraded, and any savings we make would go straight to an increased interest cost within the next 12 months, say 30 million, 40 million, potentially even just 0.5% increase.
Yeah, I mean, the exact numbers just depend on what happens. Yes, it's possible. I mean, that the rating agencies make those calls. That's up to them. It forms their opinion. If they took a view that our financial management was not as strong as it previously was, that would be a factor in their credit rating decision making, and that could lead to a credit rating downgrade. That would add cost over time. It depends on when we go to market and how much we borrow at what point in time, but it progressively would add costs of the order of $5 to $10 million of extra interest costs as we reprice debt.
Thank you. There's been some concerns around why we wouldn't drop from 7.9 after consultation, but what day did we go out for consultation? With the best information we had, what day did we go out for consultation?
I believe it was the 27th of February, if I'm correct, in my recollection.
What day did the missiles start landing in Iran from USA? The next day. So would you say that we went out with the best information, but a day later significant things changed, and we've still tried to keep the budget the same?
That's right. We went out with the best information. At the time, the best information was there was about 50 million of extra cost pressure, and we didn't look to increase the rates increase at that point. We backed ourselves to find mitigations to that 50 million on top of the 106 million, and we included that clause around ability to adjust rates upward if something unexpected happened. But yes, we went out with the best information. We backed ourselves to find mitigations to budget challenges. We didn't realise the problem was going to get much worse, even, as you say, a day later.
Cool, thank you. This question's probably for Phil, I think. Just on staff numbers, I know a couple of times you've asked for permission to increase them. Would you be able to tell us the reasons or the kind of areas we've increased staff over the last 3 years? I think animal management's one, but they're normally for specific lines that this council has directed you to focus on.
Yes, where the council parent has increased staff numbers, it's been in a few isolated cases to do with animal management, some stuff in the building consent area, which was a mitigation in terms of the extent of outsourced and more expensive work. The real story at a group level in terms of staff numbers rests largely with the CCOs, I have to say, which is a reflection over time of the capital budget trebling and public transport services increasing at a meta level.
As a group, and you probably don't have the exact figure in your head, but we've had a significant restructure, really, and we're having another one at the moment, but a couple of years ago, do you remember off the top of your head what was the reduction of general managers and executives? It was quite through that process you led.
At a general manager level, we went from memory 52 down to 35. That was the key consequence of that. But I have, it might sound silly in the context of the size of the savings target, but that was not a cost reduction measure so much as a measure to get the leadership of the organisation where I wanted it for the go forward.
Thank you. This is probably my last question, and I often ask it. The 1.5 billion odd that we will borrow, that is largely because we're increasing the amount of capital we're doing. If we didn't borrow that 1.5 billion, how much would the rates have to go up if we funded all of that capital works that Aucklanders expect with cash?
So we would probably need to increase the rates by about 50%.
Was that 50?
Yes.
So we would have to, if we weren't going to borrow that additional 1.5 billion, we would either have to increase the rates another 50% or cancel a third of our capital. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Bartley, followed by Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to ask about the depreciation because I remember from the Fix and Finish Fund, we had local boards present to us and tell us about how they've had libraries shut down, rundown facilities, rundown assets, demolished halls, black mould, assets just sitting there for years, not fixed up or anything. So and when I did ask, I was told it was because we had not funded depreciation in the past. Is that right?
That's not entirely correct. So funding depreciation ensures that from a financial perspective, you have a sustainable way of funding that renewal expenditure. Whether renewal expenditure happens or does not happen, and same with maintenance expenditure, depends on budgetary decisions about prioritising that renewal expenditure. And I suppose it's a bit circular because then that comes back to your ability to afford that renewal expenditure. So through the long-term plan, you'll make decisions and prioritisation decisions between growth projects, renewal projects, and service level improvement projects. You'll have advice from our infrastructure strategy team about that, and then that will look to how well those assets are looked after over time. We've provided advice to you that actually the affordability of renewing all our assets is not there, and you've made decisions in the past that have said you won't be renewing all of our community assets because that's too expensive, and we look to different ways of delivering those services. So the depreciation funding is about having a sustainable funding source over the long term for renewing assets, but the actual decision to renew assets is a budgetary decision that you'll make through the long-term plan.
Oh, yeah.
Just to add to that, so there's two separate bits here. There is the budget decisions you make through the long-term plan, what is the best use of resources in terms of what are the assets the community needs and what are different ways of delivering services, and no doubt you'll have that discussion again as part of the upcoming long-term plan. The other bit is the funding side of things and what resources is available. The more depreciation we have funded, the more capacity we have to make different investments. If the council had decided 10 years ago to move directly to fully funding depreciation immediately, you would have much more resources available to fund asset renewals, but that would have meant rates would have had to go up about 50% immediately at that point in time, which just wasn't affordable for the community.
Oh, right. So it is actually quite vital that we keep funding depreciation then for the long term for the assets.
That's right. You're in a much better position if you maintain that position of moving to fully funding depreciation. You still have choices to make around which renewals and the asset portfolio and what does the community need in terms of which assets you invest in, and those are long-term plan decisions.
Thank you. And one more question, like we've been through the emergency, COVID budget, the buyouts of flood recovery budgets. This one is the one that says in the staff advice that it is being developed in a period of unprecedented volatility. Is that just being dramatic, or is this for real?
It's a good call. The kind of volatility we're seeing is unprecedented. We don't know from day to day what's going to happen to the fuel price. It's the same every day when you drive past the petrol station. It moves by 20 cents sometimes on day to day. And we don't know the duration. We can't predict the duration or the intensity of that impact. And we know that it will go over a longer time. It's a different kind of pressure from the storm events. It's a different kind of pressure from what we experienced under COVID. So it's unprecedented in its type, I suppose.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just explore the issue of CRL being what is our rates increase? In other words, without a CRL being there, we would have been able to do a zero rate increase. Can I just check these numbers first of all? Of that 235 million we are claiming the CRL is costing, 42 million of that is just a depreciation entry?
Yes.
167 million of that is interest?
Yes.
And so only 26 million is the actual operating costs of CRL?
Yes, that's the net operating costs after taking into account additional revenue and NCTA funding.
Right. Now, I don't know how you do that because the rail network runs as far south as Pukekohe and runs out to the west and so on. How are you determining how much of the cost of CRL is just CRL, and how much are you allocating the fare paid? If someone decided to jump on at Pukekohe and go out to Henderson, how much of that has gone into this operating cost calculation?
So some modelling provided by Auckland Transport, so they've modelled up what they saw as the additional revenue that could be attributed to CRL opening, and the additional costs as a result. So they would have their, I don't know the exact details of how the modelling's done, but they would have had their over time standard increases to cost and revenues, and then seen what's the step change that they were projecting.
And you're confident in that number of 24 million?
Yes.
Okay. Given that when CRL was first proposed in January of 2016, it was going to be a 1.9 billion project. Now, with other things, including the level crossings and so on, we can be talking of 6. No business in their right mind would not say, given it's cost us a hell of a lot more to get the product available to you, there's going to be quite a significant increase in what we will charge you to use it. Why have we not looked at putting some form of an increase in the costs of the rail network, given that we all say, everyone here says it's going to be fabulous, it's going to make it so much more convenient, it's going to make it so much more wonderful for the public? Why are we then saying to the ratepayers, many of whom will never use, many of them will never use a CRL, you can pay for this, rather than saying actually the users of it should be paying more?
Through the chair, so if that was a direction that the governing body wanted to give to Auckland Transport in terms of their fare strategy, that is something that would have and has been available to you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, why are we doing that, given that only recently has come out what the real costs are, and we've had that escalated on about 4 different occasions along the way? why would you not be saying this is a product that's going to cost a lot more than we originally thought, and therefore those who are going to use it will be paying at least some more? Because I know that that 26 million of operating is taking into account no fare increase whatsoever on current levels.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Williamson, and through the chair. Again, that is direction that you can set to staff in order to provide that advice. I would say that that position, I believe, is not one that is shared unanimously in this room. So that is a discussion that you would need to have as a group in terms of determining that kind of direction and where you sit as a governing body.
I just repeat, the reason why I'm asking it is that I am copping unbelievable flack for an article I wrote in the local paper, sort of justifying our 7.9, telling everybody, don't worry, it's because the CRL's costing that 235 million. And then Sean Sweeney comes out a week later and says it's all grossly overspec'd, overpriced and costing you way more and took a lot longer. So I've got people saying to me in the street, well, you're a bloody liar. And by the way, why aren't users paying more for this service rather than you sticking it on my rates bill? That's the reason I'm asking these questions.
All right. Councillor Henderson.
Sir. Cool. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple, mate. Firstly, I note in the proposal here, quote, in transport it means a firm focus on growing public transport use. So I was really delighted to see that in the proposal. Really happy that the Mayor put that in. And I was wondering, firstly, if the Mayor's office was open to discussing ideas through the period of this annual plan to actually grow public transport use.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Henderson. Through the chair, yes, we have also provided Auckland Transport with the direction to make sure that they are prioritising the right kind of marketing to ensure that patronage grows. Obviously, with the growth of patronage comes an increase in revenue as well.
Thank you. So just on this, we've baked in some savings targets here. I just want to be super clear because I'm a bit nervous because we haven't identified all those savings targets. The guidance to grow public transport use, is that going to be used as part of finding those savings or not finding them, as the case may be? I don't know if that's a Phil question or your question.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So probably two different parts to it. The $106 million savings target, no, there are no sort of PT, fare or other mitigations planned to achieve that savings target. As for, we've talked a little bit about the unknown sort of risk around additional fuel price increases for longer and higher. Could that enter, I think there are many things that might need to be on the table to look at how we might mitigate further pressures, including PT.
Thank you, and thanks for translating my question. It was a little confusingly worded. Okay, so moving on, page 6 of the proposal, we've got a base case increase of 25 mil on fuel and preparing for further cost increases later. So we've kind of talked about this through questioning. And I note in page 3 of the staff advice that this proposal carries a substantial amount of risk, quote, to be managed through the year, and there's every chance that fuel increases will stay high. So what I'm getting at is, what process are we considering if we have to go and find further savings, and will that involve a conversation with the public as well as around this table?
So in the staff advice, we talk about dealing with the risk, and that the first step will be that the council executive, Phil and his team, have taken that they will be actively monitoring and looking to manage that risk internally, but have noted that they may need to come to you if it becomes clear that the risks have increased or that they can't be met. Come to you for service level changes. Staff will begin now to prepare options for that, so that we're ready if that happens. Yes, it could be that some of those some options may require consultation. That probably makes them trickier if we're in an urgent situation. But I think that would have to be part of the advice we provided you around at that time as they rose.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Phil. Yeah, you go.
Well, just to say, I think there are two thresholds here. There's clearly a level at which I need to be transparent and to enable you to make decisions and give direction if there are any impacts on service levels. And then you've got another threshold, which my language rather than sort of the formal legal advice, it's got to reach a level of materiality or significance in order that it triggers us going back out for further consultation, which frankly I think we want to avoid wherever we can. As we do significant midstream service level changes, full stop. So I hope that helps, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. It does a lot. Thanks for that. And given that the initial proposal as it is carries quite substantial amount of risk, if this table were today pass a lower rate increase than what's in the proposal, would that risk then go up above that? What risk would that carry? Higher than substantial?
Well, yes, basically. I mean, it's more likely that there'll be that type of consequence from it. And I'm not trying to scaremonger here. Clearly we've tried not to by absorbing the other inflation pressures within the baseline budget and committing to the 106 million. But every additional challenge to that increases the possibility that we've got to have those conversations.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. I've just got one last one here. There's been some discussion around delaying fully funding depreciation so far, and I note in page 15 of the staff advice, significant additional pressure on the council's credit ratings is possible if you do that. We've talked about the consequences and of that choice or not, but can I just ask, could higher interest costs lead to more pressure to increase rates in future years?
Yes, that is absolutely the case. So both in terms of, we talked about the inflation and interest rate scenarios, so just market rates could move, and if our credit rating was downgraded, that's an additional credit margin on the top that would add more costs as well. So it all adds cost to future years. Probably wouldn't impact this financial year, but could quite easily impact the next financial year.
Fair to say higher rates could be in the future years, yeah?
That's right. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Saf.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaking order is Councillor Ferry, followed by Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Watson. So, Councillor Ferry.
Chair. Sorry, I just have the answer to the questions earlier from Councillor Gillen, if I can just. So just on the amount of funded depreciation for the next year is projected to be 843 million, so that excludes Watercare and Ports, who fund them separately, but 843 million depreciation funding represents about 30% of total general rates. But of course, some of that depreciation is funded by other sources as well. So, so they're going from 90% to 95% in this year. That increases about $45 million, and that contributes about 1.5%. Is the equivalent of about 1.5% rates increase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, sorry, just to clarify, so if depreciation was deferred for 1 year, that would be $45 million that we wouldn't need to be finding in the rates increase. And did you say that currently out of the total rate take, about 30% is going towards fully funding depreciation?
The funded depreciation is the equivalent of about 30% of general rates. There are other funding sources that help support that, such as public transport fares and that sort of thing. And yes, the move from 90 to 95% is worth about $45 million.
Which would reduce the rates increase for this year by 1.5% or thereabouts, but then increase it the following year by 1.5%. If that then triggered a credit rating downgrade and other things because of lack of financial confidence in financial management, well, that could be even higher again, say 2%. So it is a temporary adjustment, and the rates increase will come back and potentially higher in the following year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. That added a new question to my list. So is it fair to say then that this contribution towards depreciation is effectively decreasing our future debt exposure and interest costs associated with it? The more that we fund depreciation and get to 100% depreciation, the less we're going to have to do renewals through debt in the future. Is that fair?
Yes, that means we have a longer, over the long term, we have a more sustainable source for funding our renewals. Yes.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, and I actually have a question first for the chair, if that's okay. When we get to the amendment, which has already been signalled, don't know if there are others, is your intention to ask staff to come back to the table to answer questions on the amendment?
Thank you for that. There's actually staff advice on that, so I might just get you to summarise that for me. I did ask the same question.
Yeah,
Councillor.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if there are questions of the mover or staff, the Chair has the discretion to allow that.
Okay, so your intention is to, I don't want to go into the weeds on the amendment until later if that's, yeah.
Yep. So we'll bring staff back if required.
Right. Thank you. So obviously we're dealing with the proposal from the Mayor, and that's what we've workshopped. We've had 4 workshops between consultation closing and today. On the 22nd of April, the 29th of April, the 6th of May and the 20th of May. Some of those we were hearing from local boards and stuff like that. At any of those workshops, did any committee members ask for advice on alternative scenarios to the proposal that was consulted on?
Not on any alternative scenarios, no.
Right. So was there any question to staff around a 5.9% scenario prior to this week?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. My other question was around rates as a way to deal with the fuel pressure. And obviously it's already been answered. We went out for consultation on the 27th of February. The bombs started falling on the 28th. Tricky situation, right? I mean, not least for the people who are being bombed. And I wanted to know, on page 17 of the staff advice on the agenda, so this is not the staff advice that came today, this is the staff advice on the agenda, published agenda, it talks about rates being, increasing rates is the most enduring and financially sustainable budget lever for the council, and that's in a table looking at how we deal with higher fuel prices. And I just wanted to understand a little bit better from staff, because we are still going with the 7.9 that was consulted on, why there wasn't a consideration of acknowledging those higher fuel prices by putting a little bit more on rates in the final budget. Because effectively, if our costs have gone up, but we aren't using the most enduring and financially sustainable lever, we are effectively saying we're funding that money from somewhere else, and we could have put the rates up, but we're choosing not to.
Through the chair, I'll just take that from a, I guess, political mayor's office perspective. The mayor has been really, really clear that we made a commitment to Aucklanders through the long-term plan that we will do everything within our means to meet that commitment, and that is for year 3, a 7.9 rates increase. So while yes, we accept that there is a degree of risk there, that from a mayor's perspective has been the position in terms of us consulting twice on that number and sticking to what we agreed to through that long-term plan.
Thank you.
I probably should comment from a staff perspective as well, Councillor, and it's a very similar answer actually, which is to say that our judgment is that in recognition of the pressure the community's under, it was the right thing to do to try and absorb that cost pressure internally, even if it meant taking some risk and probably making some decisions that we wouldn't otherwise do in terms of managing the cost structure just to maintain 7.9.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that actually the rates increase could have been higher to deal with the fuel issue that came up after we opened consultation.
Yes, and that was, as we mentioned earlier, it was mentioned in the consultation that if, something crazy happened, and that still is open to you if the level of risk that's in this budget is not something you're comfortable with, then a higher rates increase would be open to you.
Thank you. Just a note on that, I share Councillor Henderson's concern about the level of risk. However, I know that there's not appetite in the room for an amendment around a rates increase to address that, so I won't be putting that up, Chair.
Thank you.
Point of order. I am really unhappy to say this, but the officers have just misled Councillor Ferry in response to a question that she posed around whether there was, during the workshops, any request for information or modelling. I know that to be wrong because I have asked for it on depreciation, and I know Councillor Ferry's been unwell and she may not have been at the last workshop we had, but I've just been checking my sent emails, and on the 21st of May to Ross Tucker, Phil Wilson, kia ora Ross, further to our workshop last evening and past discussions with staff, because there have been a few, I wish you to provide some modelling for councillors using the tool of depreciation, CRL depreciation, to allow a 2.9% decrease in residential rates. I would further request support for the process of an amendment to the Budget Committee for Tuesday, taking into account time sensitivity. Looking forward to your response. So I find it difficult to understand that officers feel that they have not had any requests to them.
So, point of order, my question was around if people had asked in workshops. I was online for the workshop, although I was unwell, and the question was not posed in the workshops. So it was not posed collectively for us to have a discussion. Most of us only found out about this when the amendment came through. My recollection, although I wasn't in the room, is that Councillor Baker actually asked in the room, is there a 5.9% alternative budget? Asked staff, staff said no. I don't know what happened in the room because I was online, but my impression from online was that nobody in the room admitted that they were working on a 5.9% budget either, and this is last Wednesday.
If I can clarify, so at the workshop there was a large number of questions asked around different budget changes, different budget options, savings opportunities. We answered what we could at the workshop. We took things away. We received a number of other questions post the workshop, and we put together a pack of information we distributed to councillors yesterday, including the request from Councillor Fletcher. So we've pulled all that stuff together. I wouldn't say none of those represent a package or an alternative budget. They're a bunch of individual questions, and we have provided responses to all of those things. The only time we've seen a proposed package or alternative budget and rates increase as a whole was Councillor Gillen's amendment, which we saw this week.
And if I might, just for absolute completeness here, some individual councillors have asked me in very general terms, what would it take to achieve a lower rate increase? And the discussion that's flowed from that has been a very general one about, as replicated today, in terms of risk, our ability to meet it being requiring of service impacts and so on. So just for completeness, I won't identify individual councillors, but those discussions have taken place.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, and just as chair, I'll just close this by... No, sorry, it was a point of order. It was a point of order, I believe, was probably raised under Standing Order 3.18.2D around misrepresentation. I feel satisfied that that has been answered. We will move on. Councillor Lee.
I've
never been guilty of criticising the council's rates increases or challenging or questioning, have I? Or maybe people haven't been listening. Mr. Tucker did mention a couple of times borrowing for OPEX. That actually surprised me. Is that significant? How much money have we borrowed for OPEX over the past year? Or the current year, isn't it?
I don't have the figure. We have a general policy in our revenue and financing policy and long-term plan that we borrow. We primarily only borrow for capital expenditure. There are a few exceptions to that, which is when there's enduring benefits. So for things like we are using OPEX to make a grant to a third party and they are spending it on capital investment, we debt fund that. There are other things such as interest during construction phase of a project, so we capitalise those interests. So other than a small number of exceptions that are effectively long-term capital in nature, we don't borrow for any OPEX. But technically there are some exceptions and there will be a quantum that is covered. I don't have the figures in front of me. We can look those up.
Thank you. That brings us to the CRL, and the CRL has been identified by the Mayor as the cause, to put it simply, of the 7.9 rates increase. Otherwise, he claims we would have a zero rates increase. In terms of, could I just remind members about the CRL? In the 2010, it's important given its key role, or alleged key role, in this annual plan. In 2010, the formal business case priced the CRL at $2.4 billion. In 2016, minus the Grafton station, it went up to $3.4 billion, as announced by the Prime Minister of the day, Mr. Key. In 2019, there was a significant blowout, $1 billion blowout, which the council agreed to pay half of, which brought it up to $4.4 billion. And then early in 2023, there was another blowout announced. It had been held back until after the election. And that was another $1 billion, or actually a bit more, which brought the price up to $5.5 billion. And we agreed, this council agreed, I dissented and some others, to $5.5 billion. So we were up for half of that. It's still been quoted as $5.5 billion cost, and yet years have gone by very slowly in terms of the CRL, still going by right now, not far away from where we are. How can it still be $5.5 billion? And we're not talking about the interest there, are we? So how can it, what is the real price of the, it can't be the 2023 price, surely. What's the truth of the matter?
So the projected total capital investment in capital cost of CRL is $5.564 billion. Yes, there is some interest cost that's accumulated over the period, but apart from that, yes, there's no change to the projected total cost of $5.5 billion.
Sorry, that cost in effect was paid in advance, or did we? So has the council paid all that money across that was agreed to by the majority in early 2023, about March, I think? Was that money paid at the time or held back?
No, the council pays CRL Limited, who are delivering the project. The council pays cash alongside the Crown, and they pay on a monthly basis the cash needed for them to undergo their operations of constructing the project. So no, not all of that has yet been paid.
So, just to come back to the CRL again, if our rates forecast or increase is to go up by about 322 million, that's somewhat more really than the CRL. Are we saying the CRL is going to cost in the coming year 322 million per annum, or is that not right?
No, that's not correct. We answered this in the questions distributed yesterday afternoon. So 322 is the total increase to rates revenue for next year. However, of that, 235 million is attributable to the rates increase to existing ratepayers. That's the proposed 7.9% for the average value residential property. On top of that, there's $42 million from growth in the rating base and about 27 million from other rates increases due to things like the differential for business rates, that sort of thing.
So the discrepancy in the costs of the CRL OPEX, which is significant, and to be honest, some of us have not got or understood or accept that the council, when it borrowed for those to fund those earlier blowouts, has not been paying any interest until the 1st of July this year. Leaving that aside, if the discrepancy between the actual costs, and Councillor Williamson has identified those, of the CRL and the actual rates increase, or the forecast rates revenue, that's nearly 3% rates increase difference, isn't it? If 30 million is now equates to 1%, that's a significant. The 7.9% is significantly more than is needed to fund the CRL, as officially stated. Is that
So just to be clear there, the council has been paying interest on its borrowings, but as Ross mentioned earlier, that will be debt funded until the asset is operational in line with our policies. The difference here, so the 235 million is the projected operating funding requirement for CRL upon its opening. That is also the same amount as the 7.9% rates increase delivers in terms of additional revenue, $235 million. If the other additional rates revenue, such as from the growth in the rating base, would happen anyway. So that, that growth in the rating base is additional revenue that we also receive. And, in this case, that it helps us fund those other cost pressures, such as the additional funding for local boards.
I won't persist in this because I'll get into an argument, but thank you.
Maybe just to help clarify here, there's a difference between the rates increase, the impact of increasing rates for residential ratepayers, and the total revenue that the council collects. Every year there are more ratepayers, and that adds additional revenue over and above the increased residential ratepayers. There's also business rates and other things like the city centre targeted rates. So it is true that the rates revenue, the total revenue, is more than 235 million. It's also true that the rates increase from the 7.9 is 235 million. So there is the price increase, and then there's a total revenue. They're two different things. That has also been detailed in the staff advice that was made available yesterday. Happy to take you through the details to work through all that if that helps.
I ended my questioning and said I didn't want to get into an argument, so we'll let you leave you with the last shot, Mr Tucker, for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm coming on to the last question now, which is Councillor Watson. No, sorry, and Councillor Fletcher, got you. Thank you very much. And Councillor Burns, yeah, we can add Councillor Burns to it as well. I just thought I'd let the team know that once we finish the questions and we go into debate, the first person I'll be turning to is Councillor Gillen. I'm aware of your amendment, Councillor, okay? So at the end of the questions. So, and when we start debate. So, Councillor Watson.
Yes, they are. Thank you, Mr Chair. First question, I just curious to know, given the situation we find ourselves in, the Auditor General previously has provided some warning to councils on the position that Auckland Council finds it in now, hasn't it? And I'm thinking particularly of their report, observations from our audits of councils LTP dating back to 2024. Are you familiar with that? Well, just to paraphrase, councils are increasing rates at historically high levels to pay for much needed investments in infrastructure. Councils are also increasing their debt to some of the highest levels in decades. These factors create risk to councils' long-term financial sustainability and to their ability to respond to unforeseen events. Isn't that exactly the situation we're in now?
Yep, so the Auditor General has made comments around the sector, local government sector in general. There is a lot of pressure in terms of the need to invest in infrastructure backlogs, rising growth, challenges in the water sector, all those things. So that's a general comment for the sector. The Auditor General has also reviewed our previous long-term plan and has given that an unqualified opinion that includes the projections around the 7.9% rates increase and all the serial numbers, and these numbers are unchanged from that.
I guess the reason I bring it up is because, and it's certainly evident in feedback from people in the community, is that they have noticed the change with Auckland Council since 2022-23. Prior to that, the last 10 years, rate increases were largely 2.5 to 3.5%, roughly speaking. Since 2022, we've had rate increases 6 to 8%, generally in that area there. So there appears to be a structural change that then has very little room for manoeuvre and has resulted in these significant rate increases that are double the rate of inflation. So I guess the question is, has Auckland Council reached a tipping point in terms of this kind of structural change where we're baking in these very significant rate increases year after year?
I would say, the world has changed over the last 5 years or so. We've seen increasing climate events. We've seen high inflation, high interest rates, cost of living crisis. Now we've seen, a fuel crisis. So lots have changed. That's not unique to Auckland Council. Some of those are global challenges, and we have seen local government sector come under a lot of pressure. What we have seen is lots of other councils with double-digit rates increases year after year over the period that you're talking about. So yes, I guess the sector has got harder. It's tougher, but it just means we've got to manage our budgets carefully and make tough decisions.
I guess what residents might say is unique to Auckland Council is the fact that Auckland Council had a windfall of $2.14 billion in the sale of its biggest asset, was the airport shares, 835 million of which went in to pay down debt. So, that's an allowance that other councils around the country haven't had. But be that as it may, I just want, in some of the briefings that we got, there's certainly a lot of detail that goes to the position of Auckland Council. There's not quite so much on the position of residential ratepayers. There's certainly some good comparators. And again, I just want to check my figures in terms of rates. And again, just within this relatively limited sphere of 2023 to now, the average rate increase has gone from $2,700
to 4,300, leaving out water care. That's an additional $1,579 just in that period, or a 56% increase in the dollar term of rates. Is that in keeping with the figures that you're familiar with? So basically people paying 56% more in dollar terms for their rates for the average property, if this goes through. And that's similar figure in business properties, gone up, increased over that period, 22, 23 to now $6,432, 35% increase. That's the magnitude of the increases we're looking at in dollar terms.
Sorry, I don't have those figures in front of me.
Okay.
If you could send them through, we can get them checked.
All right, thank you. Yeah, well, they're taken from the annual budgets. The other one, Michael, that I wanted to just explore briefly with is in terms of, and I know this from a bit of personal experience. Last year, we're in substantial parts of Auckland where people experience way more than the average rate increase. So in the area I represent, for instance, nearly half the people had increases between 10 and 20%. So they're backing up 20% increases with 7.98%. So I did want to make that very careful because people will always say, well, all the information was given to you. In this budget round then, what percentage of property owners are going to face more than 7.9% rate increase? More than 7.9?
So 7.9 is the average. What is, there'll be variation around that average, but unlike last financial year when there was the region-wide property revaluation, because that's not happening, things are much more clustered around the 7.9. So there'll be a few ratepayers that are a little bit higher, a little bit lower, but it won't be the same kind of movements and extremes that you see in a revaluation year.
We did some work for a previous question that someone had sent us, council had sent on this. So 56.6% of people will receive an increase less than 7.9. Another 39.3 are between 7.9 and 9%. So showing that, it's, as Ross said, very close to that that average, and then just over 4% above 9% increase, and a lot of those will be either where there's changes to specific targeted rates, or the property will have had a change to it.
Okay, yeah, so just adding those up, I think I've seen that document. It's actually above 7.9%, there'll be 43.5%. So it's more than just a few, I think. Final question, Mr. Chair, for the moment, and just in respect of that rates revenue, one of the criticism that's brought up is that the rates revenue has gone up significantly. And again, if we look at that period from 2022 to 2023 to now, it's gone up from 2.27 billion to 3.35 billion. Over $1 billion increase in rates take. By my school C maths calculations, that's 48% increase. So it really comes back to that point I made at the start. Everything's going up and going up significantly by big percentages, yet we're still ending up with very significant rate increases. And I guess what I'm consistently getting from my residents is why, and when does it all end? That's a rhetorical question.
Sorry, John, they took that as a rhetorical question, is it? Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. This isn't easy for officers nor for elected members because Auckland's going through a tough old time. So my questions are probably a little aligned with those observations that Tamsin made around the opportunities that we might have with the LTP, but the specific questions relate to this particular budget. I'd like to know what work was undertaken by council officers in identifying other sources of revenue, non-rates revenue, during this budget period under consideration.
Thank you for the questions through the chair. So we, I guess firstly is to start with that we actually look at opportunities for increasing non-rates revenue throughout the year, so not just through a budgeting cycle. Of course, we have that $106 million savings target that needs to be found. As part of this budget process, we do reforecast our sort of expected non-rates revenue based on volumes, looking for opportunities to, I guess, manage the cost of delivering that those services and that revenue as well. So there were some increases to revenue as part of the budgeting process that contributed to closing that $50 million kind of gap, I guess, heading into the consultation budget. So areas like sort of licensing compliance area, consenting to the degree to better recover our overheads, and then since then, looking at things like pricing strategies for cemeteries and others. So quite a broad range of opportunities that we look at all the time, really.
But in terms of framing up questions for the LTP, are there other opportunities that have been identified that we might be looking at? Because it does seem very gloomy at the moment, but there have to be, and I think it's beholden on all of us to look for alternative sources of funding, not just ratcheting up rates. So is there anything that has been identified through this process that will feed in to the LTP process?
Through the Value for Money Committee and the sort of recent expo in February, there were quite a range of ideas raised by yourselves and local board members as well as other ideas that staff have identified in addition. There is actually a workshop coming up, I think the 18th of June, the Value for Money Committee, to explore what should we prioritise effort to develop those ideas into options, and some of those will be popular with some and less popular with others. But if I was just to pick on a few examples, suggestions around building in recovery of some of the costs of supporting events through ticket prices was one of those. Partnerships and sponsorships, including corporate sponsorship for fields and maintenance costs. We've in the past had sports field charges, divisive topic, but that's been raised by some local boards as something to look at. So there are a very broad range of topics, and of course would require sort of requisite political support.
And just to,
sorry.
Apologies, Councillor Fletcher. Just to add to that, we also have upcoming 2 direction setting discussions around the LTP that focus on the well-managed local government investment area, which is very much around those kind of bigger, more strategic options that you might want to consider through the long-term plan in terms of growing, I guess, that Auckland Council's revenue opportunity. So yes, we are very much open to those discussions and looking forward to uncovering some of those more strategic options that you might want to look at.
Well, that's really encouraging. I want to bring it back because I think it's important that we've got some sort of historical reference here. Can you tell me which was, when Auckland Council was formed, which were those councils, legacy councils, I suppose, that were 100% depreciating in terms of that financial discipline?
My recollection is that there was only one that was Auckland City Council. The other councils all had various different percentages, and what the position for Auckland Council at the beginning was an average of all of them, and then a progressive move to fully fund depreciation.
So can you help me better understand why we did not progress faster with moving towards 100% depreciation, given that we know the advantages in terms of financial sustainability of doing that? Can you give me some historic sort of memory prompts on that?
So the reason why Auckland Council didn't go immediately to fully fund depreciation is that would mean funding more of the depreciation through rates, and that I think at the time it might have been a 50% rates increase immediately, and that was why the decision was being made to phase it in over a decade and have a small increment on rates increases each year rather than one big bang rates increase.
When we had other assets, we had the rainy day, the fund, we were willing to realise those rather than actually move to depreciation. Is that what you're saying?
Decisions were made over time. The diversified financial asset portfolio was used to fund some capital investment at the time without using debt. That was about funding new capital investment rather than renewals and depreciation funding. But what I'm saying is that there was a need to move progressively to fully fund depreciation because otherwise it would have had a large impact on rates for all Auckland ratepayers all at once.
Is that because some of the councillors just hadn't been depreciating adequately?
Correct, because of the depreciation funding position of the different councils at amalgamation.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not wanting to get into debating points here, but I do really want to emphasise the fact that I well understand the importance of depreciation. My next question is, how long have we known that we would be having to make provision for the CRL in our accounting and finances?
Well, probably for 10 years we've known some provision was needed, as has been discussed. Initially it was a smaller estimated capital spend, but for the last two long-term plans there has been a significant rating provision included in the forward projections, and the 7.9%, and pretty much the exact numbers that are here, were included in the last long-term plan when that was agreed, when that was signed off in June 2024.
Did any of this get discussed in terms of the Auckland deal as we go forward, and depreciation of rail stations and which ones we have and which others have? Was that part of any discussions or negotiations?
No, not specifically.
Okay, I can probably come back. I just had one last question, and it's been an area for me where I've been trying to pursue it for some time and I can't sort of land it anywhere. And that is, within this financial year that we are looking at, is there any breakdown of costs associated with the removal of the lower Hobson Street flyover? I'm just genuinely interested. It's not a trick question or anything, but I've been trying to get information around whether that sits into this budgetary consideration or whether that's something going into the LTP.
Told them if they don't do it.
That would be handled out of the transport capital budget, and I'm not aware of the specifics within there in terms of a budget allowance.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'll come back a little later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question back to Julie's comments around the workshop and asking about staff for advice. I'm a little confused for transparency, and thank you, Phil, for saying I was one of the councillors that spoke to you. I don't know who the others were, but just for the record, on the 11th of May I killed up with Phil. On the 18th of May, I emailed the Mayor's staff, Michael Burns and Phil Wilson, with the subject line 7.9% drop to 5.9, urgent advice please, in the subject line. On the 19th of May, I emailed the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor to let them know transparently what questions I had asked and what were my options. 19th of May, Phil came to talk to me in my office, and the 21st of May, I sent the email again asking if it was normal process not to have had a reply from anybody. So my question is, did nobody receive my email?
Sorry,
Because actually, sorry, also in the workshop, because it was getting late and everyone was tired, I also said I didn't feel like I needed to ask questions in the workshop because I think I joked saying I'd been harassing all the staff, asking multiple questions, waiting for a reply. So I thought I'd be like a sitting duck and wait for the reply. But I haven't had a reply. So I've just had to work behind the scenes of ways that I thought were word of the day seems to be sensible, things that represent the people of my area, but I never had a reply. So just to answer Julie directly, I did ask questions and I did email staff, starting from 15 days ago.
So through the chair, I just wanted to just be super crystal clear with the response that was given and the question that was asked. The question was specifically about workshops, and then it was about, has an alternative proposal been circulated and requested advice within the kind of week period? So we were just talking about prior to all of the conversations that have been happening around the 5.9. So that was the question that I heard from Councillor Ferry, and Mike responded that outside of this week period, we hadn't received it. So those in terms of official channels, that's the question that at least I heard that was responded to.
No worries, I'll just have to go back and listen to the question because I thought the last part was, have you had any knowledge the last week about a 5.9%? And I was very clear wanting advice around that this week. So that was the process that I've done and have not had a response. So thank you.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let's just see if we can get the answer.
So I think the question was asked earlier, I think, was around a scenario around 5.9, a package, and has that been sort of staff advice? I think the way I interpret what you're talking about in your email was, can I have some advice on some options to achieve an outcome? And so staff have provided a lot of advice at the workshop last week. We've had questions before the workshop, at the workshop, before the workshop, and subsequently. And so we put together a comprehensive pack yesterday, which has been distributed. It's called Questions and Answers Pre, Post, During Workshop. And so we've tried to answer as many of the questions as we can in that pack so that you've got all the information you've asked for. There are no easy answers. It's all tough. Or anything to move the 7.9 down is over and above the 200 million we've talked about. But we've tried to provide as much information we can on all of the options in the staff advice, the big pack of information, and the subsequent response that went out yesterday.
Thank you. Well, the question list keeps getting extended, and it's probably getting close to lunch. So I'm going to try and see if we can get through the questions. And then I'd like to try and get the amendment at least moved and seconded, and we'll probably take a lunch break then. Just remember, team, just to keep it tight in terms of questions versus comments if we can. So I've got Councillor Watson followed by Councillor Filipaina.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And just given the centrality of the CRL, I just wanted to check with Ross in that pack. Ross, because I asked questions and I assumed they would come back to my email, but fair enough if they're in that pack. Is there information there going to what quantum of interest costs the council has paid to the CRL over the last decade? That is what we've had to capitalise that interest payments. Is that one of the questions that's answered? And additionally, do we have a figure for what the interest and depreciation costs amount to for the CRL over the next decade? And the reason I ask that is because one of our previous items to do with a potential purchase had that type of information specified for councillors.
The question we picked up from the workshop related to the interest and depreciation costs going forward for the next 10 years. We didn't capture a question about the history, so if we missed that, apologies. But in there, we don't have figures beyond the LTP period, but what we have said is that from the 7 years, the remaining 7 years of the long-term plan, we're budgeting for 1.4 billion of interest costs and 332 million of depreciation costs from the period from 2027 to 2034. In terms of updated depreciation interest, we'll do that as part of the next long-term plan process.
Okay, so 1.4 billion in interest over the next 7 years, Ross, is that correct?
Correct, and 332 million of depreciation over that 7-year period.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Pupaina.
Tēnā koe hea mana, tēnā koutou to our team. Look, I am getting a little bit confused. So, just around this alternate budget, question to the Mayoral Office, when did you receive the alternate budget, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Filipainen, through the Chair. In terms of the full package of the 5.9% amendment, we received it at the same time as Councillor Gillen circulated it to everyone. But that, again, doesn't mean that we haven't had various questions around how we would lower the rates increase, what that might look like. But in terms of this 5.9% package, we received that amendment at the same time as the rest of the members.
4:45 p.m. yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, okay. Gives us plenty of time. The other part I have is around the $235 million around the CRL. Can we push that amount into further years of the LTP?
The 235 million. The 235 million is one year's cost and will be repeated. So you will still need to pay that again in the following years, and that's why we're having an increase in rates to increase our revenue to cover that ongoing. It's an ongoing operating expense to continue to own and operate services through the CRL.
Yeah, just wanted to make it clear that we can't. The other thing I have is, and it's mentioned in the documents, around the Auckland Future Fund. How do we, if at all possible, how do we utilise the funds that are in there to offset any rates increase that may happen in the long-term plan? You know, I mean, if we're going to have that fund and for the benefit, I mean, can that be utilised, and is that decision with the governing body? That's the part I.
So the Auckland Future Fund is wrapped up reasonably tight, and is there that the revenues and the long-term revenue flow from that will offset and reduce the need for rates increases for rates over the long term based on long-term projections. It's not available or intended to be used on a year-by-year basis, but for a long-term revenue.
Kia ora, Mike. I just wanted people to know, those outside of this room. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Can I ask the officers, noting that the consultation precluded changes to service levels, if they consider that all subsequent discussions about changes to service levels today that might come up in subsequent amendments are moot, given that they don't consider it was addressed through consultation?
Might be a question for the legal team. If Katie can give a, if she's here, can give a brief answer, or Meredith.
I ask the question because I'm finding it difficult to know if the officers are just allowing these answering these questions when if they consider that we haven't consulted on the option, they just say, sorry, that's out, we haven't consulted on the option. If somebody could clarify that, we might save a bit of time.
Through the chair, and with apologies, I'm probably not going to clarify that for you. The fact is it's not black and white, so the legislative obligation on us is to consult on changes that are significant or material from what's contained in the long-term plan. So the question in relation to any proposal is what we're proposing to do materially or significantly different from what's proposed. It would depend on the nature of the change, the extent of it, and the impact of the decision that we take today. So in short, it's not black or white. If you've got, specific proposals, we can advise on those, but it's not a case that any form of service cuts would trigger a requirement to reconsult.
Okay, look, that's fine. So I'm going to take it that we don't have full clarity, but I'm sure that people would prefer that we just try and stick to what we consulted on, or as close as we can. Would that be roughly what you would suggest? Is it?
Yeah. So obviously,
it's a legally conservative approach, isn't it? But this isn't a court of law here. We're talking about a debate with the ratepayers of Auckland about a massive rate increase and the service levels that it will fund.
Yep, so obviously what we've consulted on raises no risk, and then the question is how far do you go from that? And as I said, it's a matter of fact and degree, so the further you go from what you've consulted on, the greater the risk you have, essentially.
Through you, Chair, look, I'm not quite sure if we're going to have a debate around the timing of an amendment from Councillor Gillen, but just for context, in previous years, I assume that the officers have received draft proposed budgets drafts, which we voted on the night before. I remember in the last long-term plan round, we received amended budget proposals from Councillor Foley and former Councillor Dalton the night before. Officers are sufficiently robust to be able to cope with these amendments prior to, and the timing isn't inconsistent with what you previously received. Is that right? Previous years, you would have had these amendments the night before, correct?
Yes, some have come through very, very late, which makes it very hard for us to give good advice. I think what we've got here is something that has come through in a time frame when we can give some advice, and we have done, and we'll continue to give some advice through the session. So it's probably not unusual. As you say, sometimes things come through very, very late. We do our best. We do what we can in the time available. I do note at the workshop last week that the chair here did request that anyone that was looking to put amendments forward did do that in good time and get advice from officers. So it's good that it's occurred in this case.
Thank you to the officers for being robust in receiving information, even if politically it's difficult for some people to cope with that information.
Thank you. And Councillor Hills.
It's just a quick question. There's been a lot of questions about what could have been in the proposal, but December, there wasn't any proposals for further cuts put forward. In fact, I think the only amendment from the mover of today's amendment was to increase spending by about 15 million. Is that correct?
Through the chair, there was a discussion around an increase to cover the costs of local board cost pressures.
And the other thing, and I know there's a focus because it's a massive project, but the way we are treating the capital for the CRL is just the same as we treat every capital project. It's just not as noticeable because it's not a 2.2 billion. For instance, the Eastern Busway, which is 1.4 million odd, we have been doing that through rate rises, interest and depreciation, but because it's been opening Rees Road flyover, parts of the Eastern Busway, that's been coming incrementally. We fund that through rates increase the same way, but just not all in one go like this. It's quite a different...
Correct, it's the same approach being applied to the CRL as other projects. Eastern Busway had several stages, and when each stage was complete, we apply the same treatment. The CRL is one large project that opens as a whole in one single stage.
So all the capital projects we do, we capitalise the interest as we go, We include our assumptions around the interest at the beginning and throughout. That is exactly how we do it. It's just this time, it's a really, really big project coming on stream at once.
That's correct. We don't do it for very small ones, but ones over a certain size where it's material, we apply exactly the same treatment. It's just we've never had one of this scale before.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, the list keeps growing, team. I've got Councillor Fletcher followed by Councillor Williamson.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Going back again historically, and I was reminded of this because Councillor Hills and I had a wonderful visit to Kiwi Rail on Friday, and that was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. But I was reminded of the period when we had Suzanne Tyndall as our CFO, and I was thinking back on the different CFOs that we've had. But in terms of contestability, because I think we are all determined here today to get it right as best we possibly can with it in the limitations of our judgments. What historically, and we're fortunate to have had Phil with us throughout, there have been models that have been put forward in terms of contestability in the past. Is that something that you gave consideration to? Because it is very difficult on the scale of Auckland Council pulling together an alternative, and I know if I think right back to the very beginning of Auckland Council, there were certainly a range of models that were workshopped in order that we could actually arrive at something that might find some consensus. Was that something that you have encouraged or discouraged from your staff?
I don't think I've either encouraged or discouraged it. My starting point is to fully support the staff who, in my view, provide you with robust, reliable and professional advice. To the extent that you want something additional, I've always said we can talk about what that looks like and negotiate that. If I'm reading you correctly and you're talking about third-party input to the process.
Yes, I mean, I know that I don't want to enter into the debate in and around the amendment, but I will say how very difficult it is, and I would like to applaud those who have been working on providing alternatives, that to get that modelling, to get the contestability that's required to come up with some modelling is quite difficult. And I know it's been firmly rejected in the past by the Mayor, but we had the offer from Ralph Norris in the past, knowing that we had the CRL coming our way. We had offers from Cameron Bagri to assist us, but that has been rejected. So where do you see alternative advice coming from going into the LTP? You know, we should be willing to learn from this, that we can do it better next time. Where do you, from your perspective, see the support? Should it be coming from our CSAs? Should it be coming, you know, where do you see our additional advice over and above? Because the Mayor has his office, he has staff that are doing this for him, but for the individual councillors, where do you think they should be getting additional assistance?
Through me, my and the organisation's obligation is to you individually and collectively. You're right, the Mayor's office has its own resourcing, and I don't presume that that's there necessarily to support councillors. So if there is a need for it, a request for it, then you should pose that to myself. And it's our obligation to ensure you're supported. I will always say that in the first instance, we should do that through our team, you know, for one thing, because we're otherwise introducing other cost and consultants and so on to the mix, but the request should be through myself.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Okay, I'm going to be very quick. Just two particular questions. Looking at Auckland Transport's budget for the current financial year, they've allocated 84.9 million to track access. What are Kiwi Rail, or whoever owns the rail track, it's a special company, what are they charging us for access to the rail track in addition to what we've normally been paying? When CRL opens, is there going to be a big increase in our track access charges?
I don't have the figure on the increase, but yes, I expect there will be an increase to the track access charge charged by Kiwi Rail due to the higher amount of track. But yes, that will also be partially funded by NZTA subsidies.
Yeah.
So,
but we have paid to build that track. We paid half of the cost of building the City Rail Link. They will then charge us to access something we have paid half of it to do?
Yes, the Crown and the Council have contributed to the capital costs. So that was one agreement to the capital costs. We've talked previously about the assets once the project's finished and how they'll be divided up, and then the funding of the operational costs. So in the end, the operational costs of running railway services passenger rail services within Auckland are funded 50% by ratepayer and 50% by NZTA. So that's irrespective of whether the council owned the tracks or Kiwi Rail owns the tracks and charges the council.
But those costs are running at trains and staff and a whole range of other things, not just a sort of a little ticket which says track access. Can I ask the second one of that is, in that breakdown of the 235 million you gave us, 26 million was operating costs for the CRL. How much are users contributing? What's the sum of money they will be contributing to it, given that we're going to be 20 through the fare box, given that we're contributing 26? Because I looked at AET stuff and I didn't find it in that either.
Do you mean through our taxes?
No, just fare box recovery. If we're having the ratepayers paying 26, I want to know what the users of the CRL are paying. No, they're not. The vast bulk of ratepayers won't be using CRL.
Ratepayers don't catch a train.
No, at our way we don't even know trains exist. We've only read about them in books called Thomas the Tank Engine.
They're just a pack of Philistines after it, Morris.
I might just
We don't have an answer.
Hang on, order.
We're just waiting for an answer.
Sorry, I just wanted to take this opportunity just to follow up on a question that Councillor Fletcher had that I've got information on about the removal of the flyover. That cost does not sit in FY27; it sits in outer years. And then just on the track access costs, it also funds maintenance of the tracks. But to Mike.
Sorry, yes, so the gross projected operating costs, the step up for the CRL is 63 million. Of that, the AT are projecting a 9 million increase in farebox revenue, and then the 51% subsidy from NZTA, so 28 million of subsidy there, leaving a net operating cost to the council of 26 million. So that's how the 26
million. So we're contributing 26 and the farebox recovery of the users is 9.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, look, probably that brings final question from me before I conclude the question. That's around, once we land and strike a rate, how quickly will the public be able to log onto our website and see their projected new rate increases? Because we have got a portal there, but I think it's not open at the moment.
So there was a rates tool available through consultation that was based on the 7.9%. I'm not sure if that's still so we'd need to check once the rates have been struck. We can find that out for you.
Okay, thank you. Probably the quicker the better. All right, I'll ask the staff to step back from the table. That concludes our questions. We will be taking a break for lunch very shortly, but we now go into the debate on the LTP, so I'm going to open that up for debate, and as I indicated earlier, what's that? Well, what I'm thinking, Councillor Gillen, you might want to move it and have it seconded, at which point we'll go to lunch and then we'll come back and carry on with the questions. So, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. Thank you for the work that has gone on into the mayoral proposal and the staff advice, and thank you to everyone who has taken the time to submit. However, I have several concerns that I'll speak to now, and I will be moving an amendment. The first point I'd like to make is that the public consultation was not in favour of the proposed annual plan. Only 48% of submitters were in favour of the plan, with 44% opposed. That's not a ringing endorsement. And that's if we exclude the 1/3 of submissions that came in via the Stop Wayne campaign. If those submissions are included, then those in favour drops to only 31% of submitters, and those opposed jumps to 63%. Yet very little has changed the proposal since it was consulted on. But if we ignore the groundswell of opposition, then what was the point in consulting? Surely we're not consulting only because it's a legal requirement. Surely we're actually wanting feedback and direction from the people we represent, who are also the owners of Auckland Council and all of its assets, the people of Auckland. And it's no wonder that the majority did not support the plan. As we've heard today, it is a different economic reality now compared to when the LTP proposed 7.9% for this year, and even compared to when the annual plan was drafted. Costs have gone up everywhere. Households are struggling. People are hurting. A 7.9% increase is unaffordable, and that is just the average figure. For many properties, it will be higher, up to 50%, 50. And remember, a rates increase also means an increase in rent as landlords pass on the increase. So this increase will affect some of the most vulnerable in the city. Mr. Chair, I understand that Auckland Council is also hurting. It is costing us more to do just about everything. And it is difficult to rein in those costs, but we need to consider options, and I will come to that shortly. The second point I'd like to make is that, rightly or wrongly, the CRL has been credited for the enormous rates increase that we are facing. While I acknowledge that the CRL will be well utilised and will be of benefit to parts of Auckland, for many of my constituents on the North Shore, it is not relevant. And they are irate that their rates are proposed to go up by the biggest increase in super city history in order to fund it. It's been pointed out to me that, well, that's fair enough though, because the North Shore already has the Northern Busway, and that received regional and national funding. But a sizable portion of the cost of the Northern Busway was borne by the North Shore ratepayers directly. If we were to follow that formula for CRL, then the people of the central Auckland would be directly paying a large part of the cost, with a smaller portion spread across Auckland. But that's not what's happening. Instead, the North Shore is facing a 7.9% increase in rates to cover CRL, plus we're facing a future of $5 per trip in congestion charges, plus potentially a $9 toll to use the existing harbour bridge. The third concern that I have with the proposal in front of us is the smoke and mirrors going on with the proposed local board budgets. The table on page 25 of the staff advice appears to show that all of the local boards are now properly funded. And while I'm grateful that some regional funding was found to help offset the cost pressures of the 7 worst off local boards, the table reveals that 4 of those boards still made service cuts totalling $1.8 million when they had originally been advised that they wouldn't have to at all. It also shows that 13 local boards still have substantial amounts of their top-up clawed back through regional cost pressures outside of their decision-making control, including the Kaipariki local board in my area, which remains $1.5 million down, and Puketapapa local board, which is down by $1 million. There's a total of $7.6 million of underfunding our local boards from their full entitlement, which I'm not happy about. Although I am pleased that we will be addressing local board funding going forward in the long-term plan, but that doesn't help this coming financial year. Mr. Chair, today I'm proposing an amendment seconded by Councillor Burns and supported by others. It was circulated to members in advance, along with advice from the finance team and the chief executive. Essentially, the amendment is to set an average rates increase of 5.9% instead of 7.9%, to increase the savings by 60 million to 166 million, requesting a suite of options from the chief executive to meet the additional 60 million portion and delegate the decision-making over that to the Budget and Performance Committee on whether options are progressed or rejected. And it also includes a list of some of the options to include and one to exclude. Establishing an independent task force with the authority to interrogate council finances to establish potential savings and duplication, and for that to be fed into the LTP. Now, I'm just going to go through some of the options that are in the amendment. Well, regarding the 60 million in new savings, the public may be surprised to hear that as governors of this council, we don't have ready access to the financial detail or project line items. We don't receive monthly profit and loss statements nor monthly budget updates like other organisations. So to see where money is being spent on our behalf, we need to continuously request this information, which is why we need a suite of options before us. So the first one is we want proposing options for delaying the strategy of fully funding depreciation by 1 year. This has contributed to the rates rise for years now, and we've had confirmation today that an additional 1.5% of the rate take is going towards this compared to last year. I'm not sure the public is fully aware this was an active decision taken before I was sitting around this table, and that there were alternatives, but regardless, we need to consider deferring that for 1 year due to the current circumstances. Second, a freeze on filling non-essential staff vacancies for 1 year, except where required for the transport transition. 3, a freeze on non-essential travel, catering, advertising, subscriptions and ceremonies. We know that catering alone accounts for over $1 million of discretionary spend each year. 4, deferring the $7 million major events funding shortfall. This was expected to be covered by the bed tax, which the government won't allow, and has already been subsidised by ratepayers for 1 year. We need to understand the pros and cons of deferring that. 5th, a cap on external consultancy and professional services. Council has a habit of outsourcing risk by using consultants, although reducing consultants could increase staffing. So again, pros and cons. 6, ceasing the food scrap collection or converting it to a user pays model. This needs to be considered due to the annual cost, the low use, and the contract penalties that council is facing, which are adding up. 7, deferring the Delivering Differently program, excluding the digital enablement part, for 1 year. There are millions in there, and it is mostly an optional project. 8, pausing all regional contestable and targeted grant rounds for 1 year. The regional grants total tens of millions of dollars, and so it is prudent for us to weigh up their priority compared to other parts of Auckland, particularly while the grants policy is under review. 9, lowering the level of contingency included in all project budgets. This usually makes up about 10% of the cost of every project and seems to often be used to extend or enhance projects rather than for true contingency costs. How much could we potentially save just by reducing this by 1 or 2%? 10, lowering or removing the Green Star certification requirement on new builds. This has significantly increased the cost of many new council buildings in recent years and needs to be looked at again. 11, analysing the procurement process, including the use of preferred suppliers and all contracts, including those coming up for renewal or extension for potential savings. There are several concerns with procurement. First, every one of us around this table has heard of examples of contractors increasing their charges because it is council that's coming, with local providers able to do things cheaper. Second, I'm concerned that council uses preferred suppliers instead of a full market tendering process, so we don't necessarily get the best quote. Third, in the short time I've been here, I've seen several multi-million-dollar contracts extended or renewed without much debate or supporting material and never a copy of the contract itself. So those are the 11 things I'd like the Chief Executive to come back with. There is one thing I specifically asked him to exclude, and that is reductions to local board budgets or services allocated or delegated to local boards. Local boards are shared governors of this organisation and responsible for the important frontline and grassroots services, and there is already a power imbalance with their budgets not being fully funded under the fairer funding formula, as I mentioned earlier. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That is my amendment. It would result in a balanced budget by relying on savings in the same way the current mayoral proposal is balanced by relying on savings. I urge members of the committee to support what has been forward. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor. Can I just confirm from Councillor Burns, that you do second it? Just for the people online.
Yes, I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's live now. What we'll do, we'll take a break. We've been sitting for well over 2.5 hours. So I think we need a good break. Let's take 45 minutes, come back and we'll go into the questions.
Chair, before you do, I just want to make sure when we get back here that there is no right of reply for the move of the amendment. I just want to make sure that there's no right of reply after we have the discussion. That's all.
As per standing orders.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kia ora.
Our seats, there is a quorum in the room. Okay, thank you for that. We'll resume the committee meeting, and thank you, Councillor Gillen, for your introductions there. We'll follow standing orders. Our question was asked in terms of right of replies, etc. You'll be able to respond to questions, obviously, and also staff, if they're required, they're quite happy to come up as well. Okay, so just to remind everybody that if you do want to ask a question, try and use the resolve. It just makes it so much easier for the team up the front here to keep track of who wants to ask a question. If you do this, I might just try and indicate that you put it through the correct systems. So we've got a speaking order starting to emerge, and we'll be kicking off with the Deputy Mayor, moving on to Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, then Councillor Hills, then Councillor Foley at this stage. Okay, so on that note, if you're ready.
Thanks, Chair. Can I address my questions to staff?
Yeah.
Oh, where are they?
Okay, which ones do you want? Finance or mayoral office?
I'll do it with Ross. Okay.
Okay.
So thank you very much, and thank you very much, Councillors Gillen and Burns. My question to staff, because I think these two councillors have spent a lot of time putting some very good ideas together about how we can potentially save some money. So my question to you is, how many of these suggestions are you already looking at to help meet the savings target of 106 million as per the Mayor's budget?
So quite a number of these things are things that have been looked at to achieve the current year efficiency savings and the 106 million in there. So things like looking at travel budgets, catering budgets, advertising subscriptions, workforce management, vacancy rates, external consulting, professional services, those kind of things, looking at delivered differently, and you know, those kind of things, procurement, and obviously a lot of focus through the Value for Money Committee on procurement processes and overseeing large procurement. So there's a lot of things in here that are already being progressed as part of the work on the 106 million savings. So we need to be careful that we're not double counting anything. We can't use them to fund savings over and above. Things like looking at depreciation funding or things that sort of get into services like reducing major events, those are not things that we're looking at because they require political approval.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. Unsure which will be to the mover and which will be to staff, I guess case by case. So I guess starting with the VIII, so 8. Might not be surprised, this is where I'll start. Pausing all regional contestable and targeted grants rounds for 1 year. So I understand that the aim is just regional. However, most of the non-profits who apply for regional also apply for local board grants, both of which rounds are very oversubscribed at the moment in a context in which all grants rounds across the city are oversubscribed. So how are the local boards going to be able to cope with having additional oversubscription if that clause goes ahead?
You're asking me to answer on behalf of the local boards? Because
Just wondering if you had any ideas.
Well, the local boards will need to determine that themselves. I mean, just bear in mind, please, that all of the suggestions in here are requests for more information on the impacts from the Chief Executive. So at that point, we can make a decision on it. It's not actually cutting those things now or deferring those things now. It's requesting advice back if you have a look at the amendment.
yeah, I guess if we're requesting advice around that, it's important to understand what the mover and seconder are envisaging there. So now, I'm not accusing you of cancelling Christmas at all, but some of the regional contestable grants went towards Santa Parade, Circability, Diabetes Foundation, Age Concern, Lake House Arts, Auckland Pride, Polyfest, EcoFest. We're pausing all this for a year. What do we envisage happens to those events and others like it? How is this going to help social cohesion in any way?
Well, it's an unusual question. No, we're not pausing all this for 1 year, as you've said. We are requesting advice on what the impact would be, and it may well be that when this comes back to the Budget Committee that we decide not to progress with that. But it needs to be on the table because we are currently investing public money into these things, and we need to be looking at this suite of options to see if there's any way that we should be making changes or not.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. So now moving on from grants, so the X10, your suggestion 10 there, lowering or removing the Green Star certification requirement on new builds. This is probably a question more for staff. So my understanding is that applies to new build council-owned buildings in excess of $10 million. I think that's right. Do we have any idea how much that might cost in terms of the ongoing OPEX that we then wouldn't be saving by having that Green Star certification?
We have not quantified that to my knowledge at this stage, so we'd have to report back as the amendment requests of us.
Am I right that it's generally predicted to be around 20% of ongoing OPEX?
I understand that's about right in terms of the downstream, there's a trade-off here obviously in terms of OPEX savings downstream and capital cost up front, so it's the interaction between those two things that we'd have to have a look at.
Thank you very much. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Councillor. What do you mean by deferring the 7 million major events fund shortfall?
So there's staff advice that there is a between $4 and $7 million shortfall in the major events fund, and so part of the rates increase would be to cover off that. So what I've included in here is a list of options to be reported back to us with the ramifications, the pros and cons, so we can fully consider that. Just the same as with the grants.
But what do you mean by deferring? So you can't defer a shortfall. It would just be cutting the $7 million and ending all those events this year. What do you mean by deferring $7 million shortfall?
Well, deferring means to defer it and reconsider, and it could be through the long-term plan or it could be considering it through the following year's budget. But again, that would be the advice that we come back to. And it may well be the Budget Committee doesn't want to do that. But we need to actually understand and consider these things. I mean, we're facing the biggest rates rise in Super City history, and we need everything on the table and actually properly delve in and discuss what we're going to do here.
But do you understand what deferring to 7 million
Point of order, Mr Chair, please.
No, but I'm trying to understand what that means.
I'm raising a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Sorry.
Well, I'll address the point of order to the Chair.
Yeah, I'm listening, Councillor.
So under point of order 3.14.7, there's a clause there where speakers are asked or questioners not to repeat themselves. So this is the third time I've heard this same question asked. We're going into the realms of the Spanish Inquisition here, Mr Chair. The question's been asked, it's been answered. I wouldn't like to see a situation where we have essentially debating taking place as opposed to finding out answers to specific questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll keep an eye on that. So back to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just important, as I've only seen this 5 p.m. yesterday, so just want to understand what we're voting on. But do you understand that the 7 million, like that, would mean those events don't happen next year from 1 July? So ASB Classic would not continue, Pacifica would not continue, Diwali would not continue. The Warriors game announced yesterday Anzac Test at Eden Park, the All Blacks, they wouldn't happen? Because if you move that to a different year, the 7 million is not available for those events?
Well, I assume that information will be included in the Chief Executive's response to this motion if this amendment, if it passes.
Okay, I guess my question is then to staff. I don't know if it's to Phil or Ross or someone else, but the 7 million mentioned in the budget, the way I read it is we're filling that shortfall for 1 year to make sure those events are funded. So if we deferred that 7 million to a different year, those events will just not happen. Or we're at risk of not happening, some of the ones that get smaller amounts of funding.
Happy to answer. I mean, I'm not quite sure what a defer shortfall means, but I would interpret that as meaning you're deferring the expenditure on the events until the revenue is there to cover it. This is aligned to, I guess, consultation we did as part of the 25-26 annual budget, where we asked people's feedback on whether they supported a bed night visitor levy and had options around, well, what if we didn't fund that 7 million shortfall, or what if we had a visitor night levy and could fund more? Under that scenario at the time, and this was it's a little bit out of date, it is going back a couple of years, but at that time, without the 7 million events funding, you could proceed with the Lantern Festival, Pacifica and Diwali, but nothing else on the calendar. So that would be the Minor Auckland Festival, the ASB Classic, Auckland Marathon, Symphony, New Zealand Fashion Week, Explore, Comedy Festival, Auckland Writers Festival. Those are the ones that would be, not able to be funded without 7 million. So that was the advice at the time.
That's
but
what
we'd have to see, what the actual proposal is at the time.
That's what I thought, and that's why I asked a couple of times. Thank you. The freeze on non-essential staff. What is your definition of non-essential staff?
Well, that would come through in the advice from the Chief Executive.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councillor Hills, I'm not going to sit here and discuss staff.
Cool. You're not going to sit here and discuss what, sorry?
Discuss staff matters. If this is adopted, this would be a requirement for the Chief Executive to report back on this.
Okay. The lowering or removing the Green Star certification requirement, obviously that comes with, and you'd know because Northcote Community Centre and Library in Kaipatiki is going to be Green Star. What will you do with the OPEX loss? So it's about a 60% cheaper energy and about 50% cheaper on water. So what would you do to cover the OPEX increase?
I feel like I'm giving the same answer, but for all of these items that are listed here, they are options that, if this committee supports it, would be requesting the advice from the Chief Executive on how to deal with these items. And there may be others as well. These are just ones that I'm proposing to request specific advice on, the pros and cons, the implications, so that we can make a full and robust decision as we should be doing.
Thank you. Okay, the other question, just on the contestable and targeted grant rounds for 1 year, two questions. One, so are you saying that we would increase the rates again next year to bring them back? And what regional grants are you talking about?
What do you mean, what regional grants? So all regional contestable and targeted grant rounds, there's a number of them, and they total millions. They need to be, I'm requesting, again, the Chief Executive comes back with the implications for that, and then when it resumes, that would be a matter for the committee to decide.
Okay, and have you checked with any of the groups like that?
That would be a bit inappropriate.
Inappropriate? Okay. The other question I just have for Ross before we move on, so the freeze on filling non-essential staff, that's already done as part of the budget, as from Councillor Deputy Mayor's question. That's already part of the end of, in our current savings plan, that already is done. That's correct, isn't it?
I guess not phrased as that sort of non-essential staff, but what there is in terms of the schedules that we're working towards in terms of finding the 106 million of savings, there are, you know, some line items we're working towards. One of them is looking at the workforce management, strategic workforce management. So it's kind of like, what is the right level of staffing? How do we get the the most output and optimise staffing levels wherever possible. So there's very much a focus on how do we contain staffing levels, optimise staff levels. Part of that is agility and redeploying resources, all those kind of things. So there's a lot of work looking at how do we optimise staff costs. In terms of the essential versus non-essential, that does require a bit of a definition.
Cool. And then the last question, just on the lowering the level of contingency. As far as I know, that is something we already account for too. So you might have 100 projects over 10 years, we do 10 a year, but if the contingency is not taken up, we move one of those projects, and it might be 11 in this year because we've been able to, like, it's just moving the capital program forward. It's not a pure circle, as far as I know. Like, we don't count it as an OPEX saving.
Councillor, there's a couple of things here. You're right that in order to optimise, if you like, the capital program, we have, Plan B projects sitting there, and if time allows to accelerate in the event that something falls over. So that's an aspect of contingency. But I think what Councillor Gillen's talking to here is the provision within project budgets for contingency. There is an aspect that is already pulled across the capital program. You'll see it itemised in terms of discrete business cases for projects. So, there might be an opportunity there. I think it's in the category of probably already being required for the existing savings target, but there is something to explore there, yes.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I wondered if you could take some better management of this meeting in relation to the way in which this exchange on the questions is going. I think that the questions need to be succinct either to the officers or to the mover of the amendment.
Sorry, Daniel.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, Daniel, just which point, can you get to, so we can find the reference number for the point of order?
My question is for you, is for you to ensure relevance of the questions to either the officers or to the mover of the amendment, because a lot of this preamble, it's political debate, and you are allowing this to continue.
I'd like you, if you raise a point of order for any councillor, I'd like you to be very
Otherwise,
specific
we
to
will
try and do a
all
point of
do
order.
these preambled questions.
Thank you.
Unless you can keep the
Daniel,
questions
I don't want
relevant.
to stop you midstream, but I will. Okay? Points of order need to be points of order. Now, I'll come to what I say next. What I was going to come to, just listening to the exchanges, was that you may, councillor, continue to answer questions in the way that you have been saying, I'm waiting for the report. I'm saying the advice is a report. I'm suspecting you may have to continue to do that with the questions that are coming forward to you. On the flip side, however, I think it's quite helpful that for the CE to be hearing the type of questions from councillors to help him fully fledge out his report and his response to you. Right? So I'm quite prepared for the questions to be asked by the councillors relative to your motion. How you answer them, I think you're trying to make a very clear point that it's coming back to the Chief Executive and you can't answer specific questions. So I wouldn't be surprised if your answers need to continue in the same line. But I will continue with the questions. Okay, thank you. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I've got a very specific question for staff. How much will the average household look to save in real terms, in dollars and cents per week, by the 2% reduction that's being proposed in the amendment?
Staff might be figuring out the exact numbers. It's about $80 per year, so it's whatever that is per week.
And my second question relates to a question I'd asked earlier. How will this amendment affect the shortfall for the 7 local boards, so the $6 million, given that in the original resolution it says that the filling of the funding shortfall gap is contingent on the Mayor's proposal being passed?
Yeah, I guess we don't have enough information yet on exactly what this is, so we have to go and give advice around all of these things. Some of these things, staff, non-essential staff vacancies would include those that support community activities and local boards. So there's a range of things here that relate to an impact on community and local board budgets. So we'd have to kind of work through the process to determine what impacts are for local boards of all this.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Greg. Questions for you, John. I'll be succinct. Can you confirm that the 166 million made up of the existing 106 plus a 60 made up of the 9 points in E, is that correct? That's how you make up the 60? Is through
what,
those?
sorry?
So you want to add the 60 that you want to add to the 106 is made up of any one of a combination of those points 9, is that what you're saying?
Yes, to be determined by the Budget Committee, yes. So that's correct, yes. Request that information come through and the Budget Committee can accept or reject those to make up the 60 million, yes.
So bearing in mind that we are accepting in points part C and D, the 166 million saving, what happens if the CEO reports back, as you've said, his response, every answer you've given has been, this is up to the CEO to report back. What happens if the CEO reports back and says, actually, we can't make up the 60 million out of those D? What happens then? Because we've already tied in through your resolution 166. What happens?
Well, that sounds more like a question for legal staff, but my assume that they would come back with a report recommending revisiting the situation.
My final question is, last week at the workshop I asked if there were any amendments, and it was the chair made a pretty firm and clear direction. Why did we not get the amendment and the financial analysis that was also asked for? Why did we not get that until 4:45 last night?
Yes, I saw your video on Facebook. No,
I don't use Facebook like that.
The answer to the question is that it hadn't been prepared at that point, so there was nothing to show you at that point. And it has come up a number of times today about the timing here. Every one of us around this table can put forward an amendment at the meeting. You can put forward the amendment any time prior to the meeting. The chair of the Budget Committee at that workshop invited us to circulate it prior to the meeting, just to give staff a heads up. I did that. It went to the chief executive, who then, I understand, passed it on to the finance team, and I sent that through Saturday night. Okay, so once I had that information through, once I had that information through, then it got circulated to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I apologise to Councillor Newman. I have a slight preamble because I just want people to be aware outside this room or away from the table how this process usually works, which is that ordinarily through the workshops, councillors seek advice. They ask staff questions, sometimes by email as well. Those are collated and presented back to us collectively. And so the idea of a list of this nature being circulated and discussed before we got to this point is not uncommon. So my question then to the mover is in relation to a couple of specific items on this, because we have not had an opportunity to do that beforehand as we normally would. And I do agree that an amendment is usually put up in a meeting or just before a meeting, but we don't normally get lists like this in an amendment. So this is why I think you're experiencing some interrogation of the list. So my overarching question is then to the mover, why didn't you seek advice on this list through the normal process of workshops?
Well, thank you for the question, councillor. As a representative, and as we all are, we're entitled to we don't have to follow the existing process that has been put in place by previous governing bodies. Okay, so yes, we can discuss things at workshops, we can raise questions there, we can raise questions offline. So the way this has happened is that it's been circulated to staff prior to this meeting. We've received back financial advice and comments from the Chief Executive. Those have been distributed to everyone in the committee prior to this meeting. So you've been able to absorb that as well as the proposal going out today. So thank you.
Supplementary then. Given that the idea here is that we vote on, as Councillor Baker's pointed out, a savings target of 166 million, that includes 60 million that is to come from this list. What happens until we get that advice that answers this list? What happens with things that are in flight?
So I can give a response, but you may also want a response from staff. So it'd be very similar to the proposal the Mayor has put forward to take savings, but those savings have been unidentified so far, and we've heard that they haven't all been identified. Exactly the same. So we're identifying there's additional savings required. There's some suggestions here that we're requesting information back from the Chief Executive, and it'll be up to the Budget Committee to decide on whether those are what we want to include or not. I'm happy to hear from staff.
Yeah, thank you. I would appreciate some advice from staff because some of these are in flight. For example, delivering differently. What would happen until we can get that advice and bring it back to a further vote at budget and performance? It's effectively saying, we're passing a budget today, but we're not passing all of the budget today. So I'm quite nervous about that.
So, I mean, our recommendation in terms of how you would make this work and try to create a credible budget for the year going ahead and be able to proceed confidently to turn this into something that we can rely on would be for the Budget and Performance Committee to meet before the end of the financial year, before the end of June, get advice on these things and make some of those calls prior to the final adoption of the budget and setting rates at the end of June. So a quick process to work through these things. In the meantime, that might mean some things. The prudent thing might be to hold off and delay some of the things on this list where possible. If we didn't take that approach and then we let this drag into the next year, then it would create risk, a lot more risk that these things would not be achievable, and that would leave a lot of uncertainty for more of these things for a long period of time.
Thank you. And this is a question for staff in a similar vein. While we have been able to receive some finance advice, has there been time between the amendment and right now to be able to get subject matter expert advice? I know finance team have been ready to go. This is their day job. They might have liked more time and might have been able to give us more information had they had more time. But have we been able to get what's called SME advice?
Generalising, no, not yet.
Right. Okay. So going into a couple of specifics. So we have the $7 million events issue, which has been canvassed a little bit in terms of what it means for specific events. But I have a question around the impact that cutting that would have on the fact that $500,000 of that actually comes from the mayoral budget, which I believe is set on a statutory level. and 2.5 million of it comes from the city centre targeted rate. So that means the full 7 million would not be available as a cut anyway, is that correct? Like it's not a decision we could make today?
I think I'd want to have a more careful look at it than I can answer to now. I mean, you're right that the mayoral budget component, for example, that is set in statute. Of course, the mayor can, that sets a maximum limit rather than a minimum. So there may be flex there, but we haven't done that work yet, councillor.
Thank you. On the delivering differently one, my understanding from the value for money committee item that we had last week before, on value for money, which was quite extensive, and was that the focus for delivering differently at the moment is in the asset decommissioning. So it's effectively working on meeting our asset sales target. That's the focus of the program at the moment. So would cutting or deferring the Delivering Differently program in the way that is proposed effectively undercut our ability to reach our asset sales target?
Potentially, yes. Although, I suppose just a slight clarification, that program does a couple of things. It leads into asset sales questions, but the point was touched on earlier in the meeting. When we consciously don't fully fund the renewals and maintenance of that asset base, we've got to have other strategies around how we manage the overall cost structure down, and the Delivering Differently mechanism is a key part of that. So you can't somehow unlink it with the decision around the renewals and maintenance funding for our community asset portfolio.
So then is it fair to say that it's also delivering OPEX savings?
If I can just touch on the decommissioning thing in the report that went to the committee the other day, that was specifically around decommissioning assets for local boards where there are some assets that are at the end of the useful life and have ongoing OPEX costs.
Yep.
A number of local boards are very keen to remove those assets, and so this is helping them balance their budgets. The item that went to the Value for Money Committee is there's too many local boards wanting to take advantage of that, and so the item was how we prioritise and figure out which ones to do first. So if we were to stop doing that work, that would mean we wouldn't be able to support the local boards in the way that we intend.
Right, so that would slow down the ability for OPEX and CAPEX savings in that space.
Yes, if we were to defer that part of the Deliver Differently program, that's right.
Okay. And then I have, so with the local board funding aspect that someone raised before, given that we're looking at $6 million, I think it was, that needs to be, that's in the mayoral proposal around sort of addressing that cost pressure issue for those local boards who are particularly impacted by it. Does that effectively mean, and I guess this is a question probably for the mover, that it's $172 million worth of cuts because you've excluded changes to local board budgets? So that makes it 172 million, is that the intention?
Councillor Ferry, no, that is not the intention, and I don't believe you are correct.
Okay, guess that 6 million will just come from somewhere. And then I have a final question, which is in regard to the cuts proposed for, where is it? VIII, which is Roman numeral 8, V3I. Now you're confusing me, Toe. That's okay. 8, all right. Pausing all regional contestable and targeted grant rounds for 1 year. The Community Committee voted on 2 of the grant rounds that are included in the 26-27 budget last year and unanimously supported voting through both of those funding rounds. And I note that Councillors Gillan and Burns are both on that committee and were present for those votes. So how do you intend that that would be dealt with for those, you know, when I talk about stuff that's in flight, we have harbour sports, I'm not going to read them all out, but we have, what's that? 9 grants of 17 million plus that have been approved from next financial year for a variety of sports facilities. And then we have, how much is this one? 500,000 to a further, I think that's about 8, I'm guessing. So how does that get dealt with in this? It's a question to the mover.
Well, Councillor Ferry, you're referring to grants rounds that have already been approved, not upcoming grants rounds. And while I acknowledge there will be some grants that have been pre-approved, there are also some grants that are multi-year grants. Of course, those things will still be in place. I'm not asking to upend current contracts, etc. However, pausing all future decisions on those grants rounds, that is what this refers to.
So, sorry, you said you're not seeking the cancellation of any contracts, but you're seeking the, sorry, I wasn't going to ask about this, but you raised it. You're ceasing the food scrap collection, but that is a contract that's locked until 2030, I understand?
Councillor Ferry, the question you asked me was about the grants rounds, so my answer was within the grants rounds.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's super clear now, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Happy to oblige, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. Just the speaking order, it will be Councillor Henderson, followed by Councillor Short, followed by Councillor Newman, followed by the Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, acknowledging the weirdness of asking questions across the table, I'm not sort of super comfortable with it, and you know, I mean my questions with respect, so I hope you can kind of take it that way, but I still need to know what I'm actually voting on, so aroha mai. But yeah, look, a lot of the questions around have been answered with, we're going to seek advice on that, right? I just want to first check, on point 1 here, delaying the strategy of fully funding depreciation for a year, we have advice on that on page 15. So I'm just wondering first and foremost whether you agree with staff advice that we've been given, and are you worried about future rate increases to fund increased borrowing costs?
So my understanding from the advice we received earlier on and what we've received in workshops is that the effect of this would be a smoothing of the rates. So I acknowledge that some of these things, if they do get paused, and of course that is a decision of the Budget Committee on this scenario, then they may come back and we need to fund them in the future. But that is something for the Budget Committee to decide on once they receive the full advice from the Chief Executive.
Thank you. So just on the other point around the amendment was sort of seeking advice on these things. None of these things were specifically consulted on through this round of budgets with the public. So how will the public have their say on this list? Are you proposing a second round of consultation?
I'm happy to have a second round of consultation. I mean, the annual plan that was put out there was done, as has been mentioned, was done at a different time. So yes, if we want to go out with a consultation of 5.9%, that's fine. But you'll need to check with staff whether there's timing for that.
And the cost as well. And speaking of cost, look, I'm noticing language here on the top of including but not limited to, and then you've got the list, right? So just wanted to check. Councillor Baker's question earlier was 60 mil from the list. If we can't find it from the list, then what do we do? And I thought it was a very, very fair question. Now, I've noticed it said including but not limited to. So are you envisaging that if we can't find the 60 million here on the screen, then we could find some further service cuts that aren't on the list? Is that the plan?
The wording there is to request the Chief Executive report back on this suite of options, including but not limited to those options. So yes, there may be others the Chief Executive chooses to bring before us. What I wanted to ensure was that these particular ones, which are of concern to a number of councillors around this table and a number of the public, that we do get full answers to this and we have the opportunity to discuss those and vote on those specifically.
Thank you, I appreciate that. My last sort of couple of questions are on J, which is requesting the Chief Executive establish an independent task force to interrogate council finances. So can I first check with you, Isn't this already covered by the Value for Money Committee, or is that in addition?
No, the Value for Money Committee is not an independent task force, not to my knowledge.
So the independent task force would be unelected?
Reporting to into the long-term plan process. So the decision-making is sitting with the elected members.
So have you thanks, Toe. Thanks, Toe. So my final cue, I suppose, is have you thought about how you're going to identify members of this task force? And have you also thought about how much it would cost to set up this task force?
So if this passes, it's requesting the Chief Executive to establish an independent task force with the authority to interrogate council finances, to establish potential savings and duplication, and report findings back into the long-term plan process. I think that is self-explanatory.
So it sounds like a lot of work. Would they be paid?
I'm sorry, is that a question? Is that a lot of work?
It sounds like a lot of work they're going to do as an independent task force. Will they be paid for their work? Are you envisaging that or not?
Well, I'm eagerly anticipating the Chief Executive's advice on this. But we need to pass this motion first. So when you give your support for that, Shane, we'll be able to find out.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. Have you socialised your amendments with the local boards in Auckland, and have you, I guess, thought about the ramifications this might have to them as this will trickle down?
So no, I haven't circulated this to local boards. I've circulated it to councillors. I have read through the feedback the local boards gave on the annual plan process. And if Councillor Henderson's suggestion about going back out to consultation happens, then I would also hope that we get additional feedback from the local boards.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for the answer. Councillor Newman.
Thank you. I've got two questions for the officers, then one for the move. My questions to the officers, and do you have any idea as to what the financial movement would be for the 1 year movement on the depreciation? I presume that would deny us some ability in relation to renewals, but can I just understand, apart from the obvious accounting treatment, do you have any idea on the impact in terms of the actual cash number?
From the earlier advice, the 1 year, if you're talking about the 1 year step up, I think it was about 1.5% of rates, so that's about 45 million of cash. So that means if it was to pause that amount, that would mean that much less rates collected, and then you'd be borrowing to fund asset renewals to that extent. It would then come back in the following year, and as we said earlier, if there was, if that led to impact on the credit rating, that would have other costs as well.
Okay, get all of that. My next question is the implementation with the requirement, of course, to have the budget subject to audit. So how much time is required for that before this thing is signed off by the 30 June? Because we have to have an audited budget ready to go to ensure that we can have supply by 1 July.
So the annual plan does not need to be audited. It's only a long-term plan that needs to be audited. If something was a long-term plan amendment, that's a whole other process, but generally it doesn't require audit. Practically speaking, we would need decisions in time to be able to put a document together. So it would sort of, be we'd need sort of decisions mid-June or 20th of June kind of thing to give us the time to put together a document and do the rates calculations for you to set rates. But yes, as I said, I guess our advice would be to, if this amendment went through, is for the Budget and Performance Committee to meet pretty soon, and by the middle of June, get the best advice we can on these things and make as many decisions as you can before setting the budget and setting rates. Otherwise, there's a lot of risk if you travel into next year with these things unresolved. Plus, you've got those risks around fuel and risks around the remaining 106 million that still needs to be found.
Okay, look, I thank you, and I didn't appreciate the distinction in relation to the treatment of the audit for the LTP versus the annual plan. So approximately how many working days would you actually require to get this advice back so that we could further consider?
It varies. Some of it's how long piece of string. Some of the stuff is very wide ranging in terms of the depreciation funding. I think we already have the advice in the pack here. We wouldn't really be providing much more advice around depreciation. That probably wouldn't change. Some of these other things around essential services and defining that, there's quite a lot in there. We would do the best we can in the time available. Is the short answer.
John, can you take a question? So the chair required you to put your amendment before lunch, and then he adjourns that we'd have lunch. How many of the people that have asked you questions now, how many of them talked to you during lunch to ask you these questions?
None, councillor.
Okay. So for context, we presume that people want to ask you now during the meeting on camera. Thank you.
Okay. All right, team. Councillor Newman finished? Yep. Okay. So, Mayor Brown.
Okay, I've got a question for the Chief Executive and a couple for Councillor Gillen. And I know this is raised with good intentions, but the road to purgatory is paved with those things. So, first of all, to the Chief Executive, in item E.2 raises a question here. I was rather hoping that we don't hire non-essential staff in the first place. Is there a policy of hiring people we don't need to have in place already?
No. Sorry to contradict Ms. Baldock, but no, there's not.
Second one is in the independent things, we've got the officer of the Auditor General who ploughs through things. Would you dispense with him in favour of something else for this, or is it in addition to that? Because he costs us $170,000 a year as it is. Yeah.
I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor. And I would have thought that actually this would be something that you might like to consider taking into your original motion. Actually, it's right up your alley, Mr. Mayor, so I look forward to your support on it.
I think I'm kind of relying on the Office of the Auditor General and the Value for Money Committee, but that's okay. But then my second question to you is, exactly why are you leaving local boards out of all this? Because they strike me as one of the potentially most bloated parts of our organisation and have never been under intense review. So I just want to know what is it that makes them kind of above this?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're kind of giving me a platform there because I've spoken many times on local boards and the fact that there is a power imbalance in the fact that the governing body controls their budget and often directs them on how they should be spending that, when under legislation we are supposed to have 21 semi-autonomous local boards controlling their budget. And it's not really for us to dictate what they spend it on, but to ensure they are fully funded to provide what their communities want. So I was conscious when writing this that I didn't want local boards to get trapped in this, especially when some of them are not, despite what we've seen in the information here, are not being fully funded their entitlement under the fairer funding formula.
The Rodney board were very happy with Ferry funded last night, but even they were feeling quite well off. And I'm wondering the sorts of things that I wonder that might not come under the scope of the Paris. A good-looking glass might be free movie nights at great expense, or Sonne Lumieres in walk with at great expense, of which is maybe 6 people watch it at a time. So I think that just excusing one department is a bit unfair. If we're going to look at everything, we should look. So you're suggesting that there's no possible savings in local boards. I find that very hard to believe. I'm not suggesting that they waste money more than anybody else, but well, the question was, why would we do that? Why are they above and beyond? I don't get it.
Mr. Mayor, well, I think I have answered that. However, I'll add that, look, all of us are going to have opinions on what the local board prioritises for their spending, just the same as we all have opinions on what the governing body prioritises for their spending. However, to dictate to the local boards on how they must spend their pool of money, I mean, they are answerable to the people in those local areas. If they pay for movies and parks, and I've been a long supporter of movies and parks actually, but if they pay for movies and parks and it's a success, then fine. If it's a failure, that the people will speak to them about that. And the same on everything that the local boards put money towards. They are responding to their community needs as they see it. And I don't want them to be trapped within this. They have already received in your proposal effective cuts.
Councillor Fopina.
Oh, sorry, Herman. I won't be asking any questions of the mover and the... No, I'm going to ask questions, Andy, of the mover and seconder, because they should have done their work when they put this amendment up. So, look, I know there's over 184,000 people in the Manukau ward. So my first part is to you, Mr. Mayor. Can you tell me that, or confirm or not, can you confirm or not that you had put in your mayoral proposal funds to cover the 2 targeted rates that the 2 local boards in the Manukau ward, through you, Tamsin, that you put in funds to cover the targeted rate that they were looking at putting into the governing body. Can you just confirm that they have been covered?
Alf, can I just check, is that...
Hold on,
Sorry, Alf, I just need to clarify if the question's relative to this. I'm just finding difficulty, you might be able to help me, in relative to this amendment.
So, why this question is relevant? The relevance to this question is that if we end up adopting this amendment, the impact of 184,000 people is going to be very, very big if this gets adopted. This is why I've got the partai, because the impact. And I see that we got one chair and we had the previous chair of the Otara Papatoetoe local board. This is why this is relevant, because we are talking about an amendment around replacing the mayoral proposal. So I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor.
Kia ora, here, mana.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Filipino. So I think just to clarify, I'm assuming that the local boards consulted on a targeted rate as a mechanism to cover their operating pressure. Yeah, and that the component that Councillor Filipino is referring to is the mayoral proposal covering the 6 million shortfall of cost pressures across a range of local boards. So that those local boards would then no longer strike that rate because we are centrally covering the cost pressure. So that's what we're referring to, Councillor Filipino?
Yeah, definitely, because I attended a workshop yesterday with the Otara Papatoetoe local board where this was discussed around removing the targeted rate that they ended up coming to this governing body and the budget committee in regards to their targeted rate. So this is why I asked earlier with the early agenda here, mana, to our 2 staff around local board impact. So if this is adopted, they then have to put that impact that they've lost or the funds they've lost onto the community.
So I can't speak for the amendment, but in terms of the mayoral proposal, that's $6 million of cost pressure that some local boards are facing would be looked after centrally, and therefore for those and for those local boards, they would not need to look at striking that rate.
Kia ora, thank you. I've got also a partai, and maybe I'll go to the CEO. I know he's walked off, but it may well be for, sorry. Look, my partai is, and it may well involve Meredith, I want to have a look at Section 95 of the Local Government Act 2002. Under Section 95, there is a part there under subsection 6, each annual plan adopted under this section must, and it sort of lists things. One of them is prepared in accordance with the principles, procedures, etc., included in the long-term plan. I don't know whether you or anybody else can answer whether this amendment fulfills the obligations. There's 3 under subsection 6. That's really, I just wanted to find out whether this amendment covers what you must have in, I'll wait for Meredith.
Yes.
Suddenly you're essential.
You would be wise to wait for Meredith.
Through the chair, so that's really a question about the annual plan adoption point. So where we go from here is you make decisions in terms of the sort of the key elements in the annual plan, and then staff go away and they develop it up. And you've heard some information about how difficult that process and how truncated that process might be at this point in time. And then the legal team, we go through and we do a check, a compliance check against this, and then advise about the extent to which the final annual plan document meets these requirements.
Okay, Meredith, just a supplementary, because looking at those in front of us in red, looking at those, some of those there have an impact in regards to the current long-term plan we have. That's why I wanted to ask around subsection A of the Local Government Act. So, okay, kia ora.
And that just goes back to that question about significant and material differences from what's contained in the long-term plan.
Okay, and this last question may be to you, Ross. Ross, is there sufficient time, if depending on what happens with this, because I won't be voting for it, but dependent on what happens with this amendment, is there sufficient time to end up doing the work, which includes the implications for our community?
There isn't a lot of time. Our current plan is for you to agree the budget today, and then we would spend the next month preparing an annual plan document that meets all of the requirements in the Local Government Act and those sections you've just referred to. If we compress that down, it gets harder and harder to produce all of those documents and articulate all those impacts in the plan. Trying to do public consultation before we adopt the plan and strike rates is probably not practical in that kind of time frame. The short answer is we would do what we can. We would make sure we comply with the law, but then it might be some things have to be considered throughout the course of next year. That would then creates risk that they're not achieved, that the budget lacks a bit of credibility if we haven't solved how we're going to balance the budget we've created uncertainty about a range of these things. So we'll do the best we can in a short time, but practically speaking, time is really tight at this part of the process.
Yeah, so supplementary just to your whakaaro back is the fact that, and this is to Councillor Short's partai earlier, is that you will try and comply with the law by going out for special consultation, as well as with the local boards, as well as interested communities, i.e. or e.g. Māori. Is that correct?
Yep, so we would have to give advice on each of these things, and then we'd have to consider, does this thing require consultation with the community? We would need to turn our mind to what discussion needs to occur with local boards. We would need to consider, well, what things require discussion with iwi, and work through each of those considerations for each part of this.
Kia ora,
It's a lot
thank
to
you.
do in a short space of
Tēnā
time.
Councillor Filipaino, I just want to briefly return to your question about the targeted rate. I'm not sure we answered that very crisply. Clause H in the amendment seeks to preserve the additional funding for local boards dealing with that shortfall. So, and that's why the targeted rate was dispensed with, because it was provided for elsewhere in the budget, and the amendment seeks to reinforce the Mayor's position on that aspect.
Ka pai.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr Chair, and a question to you, Councillor Gillen, if you don't mind, and it really goes to your notion up there of seeking, and the long list, but had the phrase identifying it, but not obviously not limited to all those points you came up with. And I'm just really wondering, in light of the commentary in regards of costs and savings that was made very recently by ex-CEO of CRL, Sean Sweeney, who was looking at facing question to do with costs, and of course everyone will be aware he said that the project could have been built for half the price or near enough, damn it. And he said, I probably didn't have the experience in building metro stations then, and this was in relation to the government asking to see if there's any savings. AT and KiwiRail came back and said they couldn't find anywhere to save money. I didn't have the expertise or the background to challenge them. If that was me now, I'd have reacted quite differently to it. And Mr Sweeney, of course, has gone on to manage now the $36 billion inland rail project in Australia. So is it your hope that out of that list, and that including but not limited to, in our budget of 5.3 billion operational and 3.7 billion capital works, that there indeed might be savings such as with Mr Sweeney that are there and that the CEO may be able to identify or at least put up as something to debate?
Yes, Councillor Watson.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, well, thank you for fielding all those questions, Councillor Gillen, and staff for answering them as well. Oh, sorry, we'll move on now to the debate. And so I open it, if you could just, again, through the resolve system, just indicate that you'd like to speak to this amendment. Our first speaker is Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Look, councillors, I really feel we should have given Councillor Gillen and Councillor Burns a bit of slack here. They are both new to the town hall table.
Slack or flack?
No slack. We're about to face potentially the highest rates rise in Auckland Council's history, and they have tried to put together something as an alternate. So I think, in fairness to you, I say well done. Thank you. Look, it's no secret I wanted to see a lower rates rise. And I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to talk to you at all about this, Councillor Gillen, although I have a little bit with Councillor Burns. But unfortunately, I want to talk to why I don't think it can be as low as 5.9% or a 2% reduction on what the Mayor has proposed. The Mayor's budget already absorbs well in excess of $200 million of financial pressure, probably about 213 million. Now that's close to the entire rates revenue of Hamilton City Council, which is the 5th biggest council in New Zealand. And it's bigger than the rates revenue of 73 out of 78 councils in New Zealand. How's that made up, 213? First, 106 million of operating savings, up 20 million on this year. We have never had a savings target that high, ever. But that's not all. On top of that, he's added 50 million to close the gap of operating funding, and that is things like utilities, KiwiSaver, the level crossing acceleration, things which we need. So he's absorbed that into the financial efficiencies. On top of that again, we've got the fuel crisis. There's a minimum of 25 million, potentially 50 million or even higher. And remember, we use that fuel for our buses, for our ferries, to pick up our rubbish, to fuel our mowers and other machinery that looks after our parks and reserves. Diesel, I saw this morning as I drove my EV to work, 3.20 a litre. Now it's down from 4, but it's still up pretty high. And there is no sign that it's going to get cheaper. On top of that again, he has absorbed $7 million of major events shortfall funding. And we know how much Aucklanders love those events. We are doing our bit to help. And I remind you, I haven't talked in that about debt or about the train set. I have just talked about the amount we are absorbing before we go to Aucklanders. And if I took that number and divided it by 30, which is a 1% rates rise, that's 7.1% of rates. That's already in the Mayor's proposal for financial efficiencies. What this amendment does is it adds another 60 million. So another 60 million to that figure means that we're staring down the barrel of well in excess of $250 million, actually well in excess of about 270 million, about 273 million, in 1 year. In 1 year. Now that's a figure we've tried to achieve in a whole term. I just want to give you an idea of the magnitude there. We also are at risk of going down on our credit rating. Any basis point added to our borrowing will be passed through to higher costs for us. Now, we are already on a negative watch, thanks to Moody's. Sorry, not thanks to Moody's. We're already on a negative watch, thanks to our alignment with central government, actually, with Moody's. Deferring depreciation shifts the rate's impact just 1-for-1 into the next year, kicking the can down the road. Councillor Gillan, Councillor Burns, I like some of your suggestions. I really do. In fact, I like them so much we've already started looking at them. And I've got quite a few of them, as you've heard from staff, on our list to help us find the 106. But it would be wrong for me to go through that list and say what I like and what I don't like, because the underlying factor, can I have a bit of extension of time, please? Yeah. Thank you. The underlying factor is you're adding 60 million to the already 213 million that we were finding. So to Councillors Gillans and Burns, you leave me sadly unable to support your amendment, just based on the magnitude of what your rates reduction would actually mean. $273 million of financial efficiencies. It's not just a mammoth hill to climb, it's $747,000 a day, almost $750,000 a day, every day for a year that we would have to find. Now, as good as our Chief Executive is, as good as our Chief Financial Officer is, and as good as your Value for Money Chair is, the risk and consequences of not achieving that target, for me, is simply too great. I'm sorry, I can't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Burns, followed by Councillor Patterson-Hamblin.
Thank you, Chair. Rightio. So I think if we're being honest, with ourselves, it's not a 7.9. For many Aucklanders, that figure is simply an average, and I think we forget to say that. In many parts of Auckland, particularly areas that have experienced significant property value shifts, residents are facing effective increases closer to 12 to 15%, which amazingly, just under 1,000 Aucklanders are facing 50% or more due to the valuation redistribution. At a time when Aucklanders are already under immense pressure from mortgages, rent, insurance, food, cost of living, the people that are carrying the heaviest burdens in the Auckland region are our elderly pensioners being raided out of homes they've lived in for decades, single parents trying to hold on to family homes, families who are asset rich but cash flow poor, working households already stretched to breaking point, small business owners battling rising costs and economic uncertainty. Over the past few weeks, I've received hundreds of emails, people stopping me in the street, messages and phone calls from residents. The message has been loud and clear that people are hurting. But one of the biggest concerns for me wasn't really about the proposal itself, but its complete failure of engagement and consultation across Auckland. Auckland Council spent approximately $300,000 on the annual pay and 1 month engagement, not including staff time allocated to this. What was the outcome of that? 12,147 pieces of feedback from a city of 1.82 million people. That should be an embarrassment to all of us. That is not a reflection of a successful engagement annual plan feedback. In the Howard ward alone, only 617 submissions were received from a population of 180,000 residents. The households in East Auckland is 42,000 families. That is not meaningful engagement. That is a disconnect between council and the people we represent. What concerns me even more is Auckland's demographic reality versus who's actually engaged. The ethnicity breakdown of the feedback was European 2,665, Māori 369, Pacifica 941, Asian 1,748, and Middle Eastern 174. Yet Auckland today is the most diverse, one of the diverse cities in East Auckland in the world. In areas like Howick and East Auckland, the Asian communities make up more than half our population, and across Auckland overall, the Asian communities now represent 32% of Auckland's population. Māori around 12.3, Pacifica around 16.6, with Europeans at 49.8. We need to be honest with ourselves about our communication, our engagement, and our marketing on this. Are we truly engaging properly? If we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and only getting minimal participation from the public, particularly from many ethnic communities, then our consultation model is fundamentally broken. We should not be proud of these numbers. We should be deeply concerned by them. Leadership is not about digging our heels in when our residents are struggling. Leadership is about listening, adapting, and trying to work collaboratively to find a balance. I'm not afraid to find savings. In fact, I believe Auckland Council must become significantly more aggressive in identifying efficiencies before placing this level of pressure on households. Even reducing the increase by 1% requires us only to find 30 million in savings. Difficult? Yes, that is. Impossible? No, it's not. Even reducing this proposal from 7.9 to 6.9 would send a message to Aucklanders that voted us in that we are listening. That means that we're seriously reviewing Auckland transport efficiencies, our staffing and operational duplications, waste program costs and deliverables, grants and discretionary spending, better commercial and revenue opportunities, regional funding obligations, rate smoothing mechanisms. There's so many more that we could look into. I thank John for his amendment and all your work on what you've done. And I've had many conversations and open conversations with the Mayor and Phil and the Deputy Mayor and many others. And I thank you for your advice and your input. But realistically, this is difficult with the time frame we have. But at the very least, we should be striving for something lower than 7.9. Because right now, too many Aucklanders feel ignored, disconnected and financially overwhelmed, and clearly disconnected by the feedback that we got. And if we fail to listen now, we risk damaging the trust, which is very little at the moment Auckland Council even has with the communities that we serve. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. excuse me. So this budget that we're discussing today delivers savings that absorb a lot of the impact, as Deputy Mayor Simpson said, of the fuel crisis for ratepayers and residents, and in fact reduces the transport costs of a lot of Aucklanders, including those who will never use the CRL but who have less congested car journeys as a result. And that's really significant in the context that we're in today. So, I mean, none of us here wants to raise rates, right, if we don't have to, or to make those rises any more than they need to be. We don't, but we also don't want to leave council with a budget that's untenable or creates higher costs than it does savings. And what we're debating here, the amendment here is a $1.62 reduction in average rates, right? And I think it's important to put that in context. So the weekly cost of fuel for an Aucklander has gone up $25 since January this year. Groceries have gone up $13.80 for an average couple, $22.08 for a four-person household. Rents have gone up around $15 a week since 2025 to an average of just under $700 a week. According to figure.nz, the biggest cost of living pressure change has been in mortgages in Auckland, rising from around $475 to more than $650 a week in just 2 years. And the typical Auckland reality is $700 to $1,000 a week spent on mortgages. And for the sake of $1.62 a week, this amendment will risk enormous downstream impacts on the non-profit sector and on the local boards who then have to scramble to fill the gaps we leave, sacrificing the best ROI investment we have in this council, which will cost ratepayers money in the longer term, remove the requirement for new council buildings to have a Green Star rating, which will cost ratepayers money in the longer term, damage our credit rating, which will cost ratepayers money pretty much immediately. We're not here to make a decision that looks great in the next news cycle. We're here to make a decision that will work for Auckland this year and the years that come after it. This budget isn't without its risks, it being only 7.9%. We've been told that by rights the rates increase should be 15%, but we have heard what happened in consultation and we have done, frankly, I say royal we, the staff have done an incredible job of having a single-digit rates rise. And if you look in the national and international context, it is nothing short of a miracle. I don't want to raise rates any more than the coffee cart guy I see wanted to put 50 cents on the kids' hot chocolates, but I'm doing it for the same reason, because the organisation I serve, I want it to function and function well and sustainably, and to still be functioning in 12 months' time. So we can choose to be despairing of a 7.9% rates rise and bemoan that the CRL doesn't have a station immediately outside our house, but I'm choosing to celebrate that the rates rises are as low as they are, given all of the context we've heard from staff today, given the national and international context, and celebrate how lucky we are to be alive right now in the greatest city in the world, to paraphrase Hamilton, that's about to get a whole lot greater with this coming of age moment that is the CRL. So I will be voting against this amendment and in favour of the mayoral proposal. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor? Councillor? Councillor Winiata, followed by Councillor Turner, followed by Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. Costs money to be a big city. I've seen and lived in a community that's on the end of rate increases that it doesn't want. But it was also on the end of rate increases not going up as they appropriately should have when the super city was around. So if you want any idea to have any idea of seeing what that looks like, it results in fairer funding coming around 15 years later, which is still not quite hitting the mark with what the community needs. It is a problem if Councillor Turner is feeling blocked or told that he's not looking at things correctly. We need complete transparency and quality guidance in order to move forward. But by comparison to other cities or territorial authorities, we're skating through this rates increase because we get infrastructure. If you look at Wellington got a stinky harbour, and they're looking at a double-digit increase year on year. We have got something that's going to move us into the future, whether we think so or not. A city that is easy to get around in will bring investment and will grow the city in future years. So by saying that nobody benefits, there is potential for that to be slightly short-sighted, but that's my opinion, because a successful and winning city is going to be a case where a rising tide lifts all boats, and the CRL is a result of that. with the Mayor's comments on movie nights and things like that, which local boards make decisions on, local boards are stuck with preferred suppliers from council. So we need to really dig into how council is looking at contracts, and I do appreciate the fact that local boards will have more decision-making power moving forward, which will help save on costs. But we can't forget that the average yearly increase from 2010 to 2019 was 3.1%. So the rates have come home to roost. Depreciation has come home to roost, and we're required to make a decision that I don't want to make, but I'm having to sit on. This isn't a number that I'm happy with, but if it means that it gets the infrastructure out of the way, it helps move the city forward, like we have to believe that it will, and I believe that it will, then I look forward to next year when the rates are in line with inflation and hopefully lower as through the long-term plan as Finance Ross Tucker has said. If they aren't, then we've got definite problems. But that is an issue that we have 12 months to get to work on with staff towards the long-term plan. But we have many cost savings to make. Unfortunately, those cost savings don't result in a rates reduction. It just results in less rates moving forward. But John, I value your work. I like your advocacy. However, I can't support your amendments right now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to a lot of complicated debate today for what is basically a simple issue. The council is outspending our income. We have been for a long time, for ages. And as a multi-billion-dollar organisation, we aren't resilient enough to stand a fuel shock, despite Mr. Mayor saying that our contractors, who are facing most of it, should lump it and buckle up and tighten their belts. If we were the public, if we were ratepayers sitting in front of a bank manager interrogating us, he would tell us simply that you're spending more than you've got coming in. Yeah. And offering that we are managing ourselves well and managing to pay our interest by debt funding it wouldn't help our case, I don't think. That's the backdrop that the public are measuring us by. And if we step back and take a holistic look at this situation, it's the view, a face-to-face view, the view the public have. They see that our delivery is hugely out of scale with any other sector that you measure it against. Primarily our delivery of capital projects, renewals, etc. From the CRL to the Mayor's example of the steps. And there's hundreds in between that, thousands. In fact, I can't find one that you can argue the other way round. When I was on the Waitakere Rangers local board, my first time during COVID, when there was money put up, but some of it was government money, and we decided to put in a pop-up cycleway for 220,000, only 50K was the construction cost. I have pushed to get us to look at this area since I've sat here. And I've spoken with Councillor Gillan, Councillor Burns and others during the process of them putting together this motion. And I've challenged how we can get to this area of budgeting. This is where the money's disappearing. And they have more eloquently than me woven in to this, those desires that I'm bringing here for the public. What this motion is asking is for us to have a deeper, more transparent dive, a better relationship between us elected members and the council staff who are doing the managerial side of this governance process. So I support this motion because it gives us a chance to reset what we've got wrong. And until we do that, we're never going to stop these deficits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair. Look, the struggle is real. Absolutely, the struggle is real. You know, the people that Councillor Alf and I represent in Manukau, we feel the increase in costs more than other parts of the city. That's true. Any increase in costs, whether it be fuel or rates or the cost of bread and milk at the supermarket, hits our families harder than in other parts of the city. And I acknowledge that. And so I really acknowledge the efforts that Councillor Gillan and Councillor Burns are trying to make and what they're trying to achieve in this amendment. I get it. I really do. But the cuts also being proposed and the savings being proposed will also hurt the people that I represent. You know, the extra 60 million, even the 106 million under the current mayoral proposal is going to be very difficult to achieve and will hit our communities really hard. The further cuts in grants to necessary groups, as Councillor Patterson-Hamlin said, those are the groups that our communities will turn to in times of crisis. And if those grants aren't there, then where will they go? Certainly not central government in this current regime. So I have to balance those things out. And when I consider what's being proposed in the amendment, a 2% saving is essentially about $1.65 a week in savings for our average household, maybe $3 a week for the, more expensive households. When I balance that against the cost that we will be facing in terms of 166 million in savings, or 276 million in savings, as the Deputy Mayor said, I just can't support the amendment. Ultimately, we will be looking at losses, job losses as well, if we're honest. These savings will mean and will result in job losses. And these are not numbers on a balance sheet. These are locals. These are our council staff. These are subcontractors who work for council. These are fellow Aucklanders who have mouths to feed as well and who contribute to our local economy. And so for all of those reasons, although 7.9% is painful, I do agree that it strikes a balance between affordability, funding services that we need to run our city, funding our local boards, capital investment, as well as at the end of it all, getting a CRL, which will be transformational for our transport in our city. And so for all of those reasons, and I commend Councillor Gillan and Councillor Burns for their efforts and what they're trying to do here. But for all of those reasons, I just can't support this amendment. Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Bartley, followed by Henderson, followed by Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. I can't support this. I am worried about the deferred depreciation. It concerns me because of the effect on further degradation of community assets, which the public expect us to look after. We've also heard about the 230 million cost pressure resulting in possible 15% rates increases. And so the Mayor's proposal with the savings of 106 million gets it down to 7.9. And I understand the reason for the 7.9%. And yes, I agree with the speakers beforehand. It's going to really affect those who are already on limited incomes. But at the same time, people don't want to see us doing cuts to council services. They don't want to see cuts to the library hours. They don't want to see cuts affecting the pools or the parks or the halls. And so we've got to maintain our public services that we are already providing because more people are turning to them now. We heard that it's a period of volatility with this fuel crisis. And so that sets it apart from the emergency and the COVID budgets that we've had previously. So I can, understand the 7.9 and the City Rail link, which this mayor didn't tie us into. But I appreciate his efforts to make sure we don't kick the can down the road to another council to deal with. We all know the city is growing, population is growing, we've got infrastructure everywhere. So to grow the city, because a lot of people are saying, oh man, Auckland is so behind, to grow the city is going to cost. And as people have said, we'll get a train set out of this. But it's really going to push the city because we really do need to improve our transport offerings in the city. I try not to be negative, and I'm finding it really hard to sit next to this cap over here that says rates. Yeah, this cap. Where there's a lot of talk of, yeah, God, keep the rates down. But at the same time, I see millions going into communities that you guys represent, calling for rates decreases or rates cuts. Millions go into your community. And one of the things you're proposing to defer is the sports funding or regional funding. And it's pissing me off because there's other parts of our area that need that funding, and millions has gone into your area, 8 million recently for a sports centre. What about the rest of our areas that are waiting to get that kind of funding and that support for our areas? So, yeah, I definitely don't support this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanking colleagues for this amendment, and just acknowledging again that it's pretty weird asking your colleagues questions across the table. So, just acknowledging your candour and your responses. Thanks for that. Acknowledging also there's been some fantastic contributions so far, but I have to shout out absolute ripper of a contribution from Councillor Patterson-Hamlin as a new councillor. Following that sort of thing is quite hard indeed, but I'll give it a bit of a crack. I can't, in good conscience, vote through something that is likely to result in a credit downgrade, that is likely to raise rates in future years of an unspecified amount, when there will already be pressure on those households next year. I'll tell you what, and thereafter, and thereafter. We have been advised in writing, and at the meeting today, what will happen if we delay fully funding depreciation, something this resolution actually endorses. That will mean more rates next year. That will mean kicking the can down the road, someone else's problem. And I'm sure we'll come back next year and we won't vote through the rates then either from some of the people here. I believe in being honest and being straight up with the public and giving them the maximum information and certainty for them to feed back into when we're discussing the budget. This proposes an unspecified amount of extra cuts to public services. We don't know exactly where they are, what they're going to come from, what the money's going to be. The public don't know that either. They also have no obvious way to feed into this list or any other list that comes up in future months according to this resolution. We are on budget day asking for advice. There were plenty of opportunities to do this through a process that started 6 months ago. We're all here discussing the feedback forms and the consultation materials and all the rest of it, what the proposal is going to be, several workshops. And now here we are asking for more advice. That to me is quite strange, to be frank. The list has a bunch of cuts to public services, some of which won't save money, some of which won't impact the current annual plan budget. The Value for Money Committee already finds savings in some of these areas, so that's a duplication. I won't go point by point, but one thing that particularly annoys me, apart from the depreciation thing, is regional events. That's particularly alarming. That's something that I think the public want to know about if we're going to pass something like this. We have a suggestion to cut regional events such as Diwali. The Santa Parade isn't safe, according to this resolution. How many Aucklanders want us to cut something like that? Yep, every time, Councillor Lee. None of this has been tested with the public, and they won't want that sort of stuff, I'm sure of it. What also concerns me in this list is the way that it's actually drafted here. It excludes local board funding, but all other public services that the council provides are on the table, according to what's drafted here. It's a vote for a blank cheque to hack and slash at services the public rely upon more than ever in a cost of living crisis. Services people want, services people need to get them through hard times. And we're proposing to come back in a few months' time after advice and start hacking and slashing away. No, thank you. We were all here through this process to have these kind of conversations. I'm so surprised that we're having them now at the 11th hour. An entire new budget with very little advice on the impacts. That to me is not responsible governance. It is not responsible handling of public money. Colleagues, please be responsible with your vote as governors today and as guardians of the public purse and vote against this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you, Chair, and as the previous speaker will remember, we've had draft budgets presented around this time or very close to voting through the annual plan. I remember Councillor Foley's draft budget in 2023-24, very complex. It went to the issue of the airport share divestment, which had impacts on rates and other OPEX costs and what have you. That came through very late. We have to be sufficiently robust to handle all amendments. Whether or not we like them is a different matter, and that's what we're going to do here. Chair, I was quite askance at the request for the pre-lunch motion, and then of course we had I thought a bit of a Perry Mason Q&A of the mover of the amendment after lunch, and in my view that wasn't that helpful. But I have to say to the mover, Councillor Gillan, I think as the interrogation of you continued, I thought you did really well. You got stronger and stronger, and I'm sure that the growing strength of your advocacy was frustrating to some people around here, but I applaud you, so thank you. And I want to acknowledge the fact that Councillor Gillan was available during lunch and came and sat next to me, and I talked to him about a number of points that I have concerns with. And I'm grateful that, well, I have had the chance to discuss the matter with Councillor Gillan, but I explained to him that, look, I can't vote for something that puts up depreciation, because I'm actually probably one of the few that's been the earliest and the loudest on the need to ensure that we do fund depreciation. And it's not personal, Councillor Gillan, but that's the primary reason why I won't be voting for the amendment. But I say that, and I'm not sure I'll be speaking again today, Chair, but it's my strong preference actually that the number isn't 7.9. And I just hope that the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor will consider maybe there is a need to move to a different number, not 5.9, but a different number. I mean, if it ends up, I will vote to pass the budget because I feel that I have to. But I would personally prefer a different number, and I believe that there is a need to identify the characteristics of the changes that would be required. And and I'm glad the journalists are on here because they can write about the things that I'm saying and declare me a heretic if they want. But I do think that there needs to be movement on PT fares and the concession. I think Councillor Williamson is absolutely right, and it's a fair point. But of course, around here, people struggle to identify the hard bits that they're prepared to vote down. I think that probably, yep, I do think that Green Star, 6 Star is probably an unrealistic aspiration for the Chief Executive for all of our new builds. He will need to bring back some advice on that regardless, I'm sure, for the 10-year plan. And I know that we will have to have further reorganisations. There is an issue of the implementation and the timing for that. Look, I have to say to Councillor Gillan, look, yeah, probably on the food scraps thing, I'd switch my vote on that actually. If that one comes up, I'm happy to back changes on that. That will be of some concern to some, I'm sure. But Chair, I just want to make the point several months ago, I found myself being interviewed by Ryan Bridge, and for some reason I was interviewed. I know that the mayor wasn't available, the deputy mayor wasn't available, and you weren't available, so somehow I was the one being recorded explaining some of the proposals that I think needed to be considered. It is essential that we don't continue to have these budget debates where the objective is to set a target for the chief executive to go away and to colour in the canvas and explain exactly how the savings will be achieved. I think it's important, whether it be through the amendments or whether it be through the subsequent adjustments that the Mayor might want to consider, for us to have a vote on the specifics of these cuts, and probably they will need to be quite unpalatable, because unpalatable changes that are shared with all of Auckland is probably the most credible way forward. Otherwise, yeah, we will have continued increases in rates in the future, which will be deeply unpopular. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think someone at some point there, might have been the Mayor, mentioned about the 180 grand that we apparently pay the Auditor General. If it's the case, then we should maybe start listening to the Auditor General, because he or she has warned us about the situation that we're in today. Long-term financial sustainability and the ability to respond to unforeseen events. Unless we're saying, of course, that that doesn't apply to Auckland Council, which is a little hard to maintain given that Auckland Council has historically accounted for over 50% of local government debt in New Zealand. What's been missing from any number of the speeches today is really a sense of context. You're dealing with this highest increase in the history of the super city, 7.9%, as if it's a one-off. No, it's not. It's not. It's one in a long trail since 2022-23. I'll start with my ward, which I do know a little bit about in terms of the impact of rates. Last year, nearly half the people, or half the ratepayers, 45 and 47% respectively, had rate increases of 10 to 20% or higher, So they're following up that historic increase with another 7.9% if they're lucky, because what we heard from the officers is that 7.9% is indeed an average, whereas in fact nearly 44% of people will get higher than 7.9%. Not surprisingly then, in the consultation results, the Hibiscus and Bays, there was a clear majority of people did not support most or any of the Mayor's proposal, and Upper Harbour there was also a majority who didn't support it as well. Across Auckland as a whole, you know, we had this rather strange anomaly where nearly 3,500 people were left out because of the manner in which they submitted. If they're included as individuals, which has been the case in the past, then the opposition there is 63%, as came up in Councillor Gillen's show there. But what does that mean for the other councillors sitting around? What are you really supporting here today? Well, in terms of that average ratepayer, since 22-23, their rates have gone up from 2,700, if this is passed, to 4,375. That's an increase of $1,579, 56% increase. That's what you're supporting. Another massive big, just the increase itself, a huge bill for those poor working class people or people on fixed incomes. How do you think they meet bills of $1,500 extra? If you're a superannuitant on single, $28,000 a year, or married, $22,000 a year. That's 20% of your salary or your income for the year, if that's all you've got. 20% and 25%. How are you going to do that? Well, you're going to struggle, aren't you? You're going to struggle big time. Well, we could rate more, because we are rating more, but then we have been rating a lot more too since 2022-23. Rates revenue for the council has gone up from $2.27 billion to $3.35 billion. So 48% increase, over $1 billion more in rates intake we're getting now than just a couple of years back. Some of the people were belatedly talking about debt. Well, it's not as if we haven't been borrowing either. Debt up from 11.6 refined down a little bit from the annual plan to 17 billion now, increase of 5.4 billion, 47% rate increase in debt. At the same time, as I said, that we sold off this once in a generation lifetime windfall of the airport shares, which has just disappeared into the ether, the 835 million, and the other balance into the Auckland Future Fund. So I guess if you're a resident listening to that trajectory, that's baked in now. It's not just going to be tough it out for this year, guys, and it'll be better next year. No, it won't. It'll be the same role. We just as we hear the same tired old excuses, oh, it could be worse. It could, as if that's an explanation. It could be a higher rate increase. That's not going to be particularly convincing to people who have had 3 of these rate increases in a row and are looking down the barrel of yet another one next time. So you have to ask yourself, well, indeed, where does it all end? Well, in my view, it doesn't end. It just keeps going, as indeed the Auditor General has alluded to. It just keeps on going. And with that goes the struggle with people to make those rate increases. And I have to say, we're perhaps not the most representative body in the world in terms of ability to pay rates, particularly in this moment. There are a lot of people out there right across Auckland who are not going to be able to make those payments. And they're especially not going to be able to make those payments given that it's coming on the back of already historic high rate increases. So in that sense, there's no other option other than to support the motion put up by Councillor Gillan and Councillor Byrne. And I thank them for at least giving it the floor. Otherwise, you have to really ask, what are we doing here? If we're not going to contest or challenge, well, just be quiet and accept it. So good on you two for putting it up, and at least providing a forum where people can actually question this, point out what the trajectory is, and to maybe say, well, now's the time to do something about it, not belatedly 2 or 3 years down the track.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Lee, followed by Member Nataki. So, Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an interesting meeting. I want to thank Councillor Gillan and Councillor Burns for their effort today. I believe you two at least are keeping democracy alive in this council, and I say that pointedly because this morning we were told that 48% of individuals in Auckland who bothered to submit support this rates increase. But actually, the real figure is 63% of individuals oppose the rates increase, and that's not surprising, and only 31% supported it. But I guess management believes what they're saying, and that's troubling in itself, because once an organisation becomes unmoored from reality or unmoored from the base, its base, which are the people of Auckland, then it's in trouble. We're dealing with, it's not just about this annual plan, we're dealing with a long-term, fundamental, systemic problem within this experimental amalgamated council, which was not meant to have mega rates increases and huge debt at all. It was meant to be much more financially efficient, and that's not proven to be the case. If you, I think Councillor my colleague has mentioned our debt increase, but going back 5 years now, rates have gone up 7%, then 6.8%, then 5.8%, and now we're looking at 7.9%. All of these compounding. So we're taking more and more out of the people of Auckland. and at the same time, we are increasing our debt at a similar rate, which is really interesting. So back in 2002, the debt was 12.5 billion, and then it's gone up by 4%, 4%, 5%, and projected to go up another 5%, to go from 12.5 billion up to 17.6 billion. So that's going up in step with the rates increases, and also what doesn't get much scrutiny, fees and charges, which have gone up to an extraordinary level. And so the impact on the public of this rates increase, or this annual plan, and of course, there's always a reason for these over-the-top rates increases. There's always a crisis. If you go back and look at the 2020, I think it is, annual report, there was much ado in the messaging about the floods. Sorry, about the droughts, excuse me, the floods come later. The drought, and then there was COVID, and then there was the floods, and then there was a recovery. And now it's a CRL, but also there's a bit of talk about the fuel crisis. That'll be next year's crisis. Don't you worry. So the proposed 3.5, anyone wants to have a bet on whether the increase will be 3.5% next year, I'm happy to talk to you afterwards. But we'll hear a lot more about the fuel crisis in the coming months. But it's always an external problem, nothing to do with us. We're doing things okay, we're doing things right. When it comes to savings, members have straight away thought about, and I mentioned this the other evening, exactly focused on the things that people really want. There's a lot of expenditure that the people of Auckland know nothing about. There's a lot of expenditure, colleagues, that we know nothing about. We don't see the spreadsheets. We used to be given these a few years ago, but that service has been discontinued. But, you know, if you want to look at savings that won't affect the public, we've got three finance departments. We've got financial strategy, financial advisory, and group treasury, and the overheads are about 51 million a year, and included in that, 35.7 million per year on consultants, just for the finance departments. And so I'm sure we could make savings there that wouldn't affect the public. In fact, I know.
Councillor Lee,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. The bell just went, so I'll get you to just be conscious that your time's, the 5 minutes is gone, so just perhaps if you can wind it up.
Move an extension like...
Maybe extension? Yep. Okay, there we go. Away you go, Mike.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what I'm saying is that we have a long-term problem here. We have a systemic problem. We seem to be in official denial about it. Despite political promises to fix things, this trend, which precedes the present mayor, and obviously will go on after him unless we have a significant change, is non-sustainable. And just as the Auditor General, as Councillor Watson pointed out, we are actually on the road to, in so many words, on the road to financial failure if we keep on going down this track. The impact on the people of Auckland of this annual plan will be that rates will be about 4,500, average rates will be about 4,500 a year. Then there's about $1,200 for water care charges, and then other charges, fees and charges, pools, etc., service adjustment, so-called, that's another $120 a year. Residential parking, which has been gone up to $180 imposed on the ratepayers. In my ward, 71% of people oppose that. But, you know, we seem to be a democracy only in name, not in spirit. And that's why I want to commend the councillors who are trying to reduce, in light of the unacceptability of this continued imposition, this Sheriff of Nottingham attitude to the people of Auckland, want to reduce the rates by a modest 2% down to 5.9. Members around this table were very happy to vote for a 5.8% increase last year, and this would be less. This would still mean more income, that what Councillor Gillan and Councillor Burns are trying to achieve. Just by the 2% reduction would still produce more than what it did last year. So I'm just concerned that we are authors of our own demise here. We are victims of our own success, because this operation happens every year, and the councillors vote exactly as they are meant to, and they're not voting in the interests of the ratepayers of Auckland, and nor are they voting in the long-term interests of the Auckland Council. Auckland Council does not have doesn't have an income problem. It has an expenditure problem. Thank you.
Oh, okay, there we go. All right, thank you. Right, Member Nataki, thank you.
Tēnā tātou, kia ora. Oh, sorry, there's a hand up over here. No, e pai ana? Ka pai. Kia ora tātou katoa. Firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge the robust discussions on this very critical issue across the table and on both sides and all directions. I really just want to acknowledge the conversations that have been had already. I also want to acknowledge the mover and seconder of the amendment, and just wanting to find better ways for us to be able to service the greater people of Tāmaki Makaurau. It's good to see the initiatives being pushed forward and how they've been debated. It's really it's good to see this happening at this table. So I just want to acknowledge that. Chair, thank you for the time. We acknowledge the financial pressure facing all of Tāmaki Makaurau and the need for responsible stewardships of public funds. But fiscal discipline alone cannot be measured for good governance. My concern is not simply the reduction from 7.9 to 5.9, it's the consequence of the cuts required to get there and the long-term impact that may have across all of Tāmaki Makaurau. From a haukura perspective, we continue to hear clear themes from Māori to protect long-term resilience over short-term savings, uphold genuine partnership and participation, prioritise the health of whenua and wai, and avoid decisions that shift greater burden onto future generations. These are not abstract policy issues, they are responsibilities grounded in whakapapa and kaitiakitanga. When investment is reduced in environmental restoration, community resilience, prevention or partnership, the impacts are often felt most by communities already carrying pressure. And the long-term cost is usually far greater than the short-term savings. So while haukura supports financial discipline and the need to challenge inefficiencies and the need to also strengthen the way engagement happens within our communities, we can't support an amendment that risks weakening the long-term well-being, resilience and partnerships that underpin a strong and inclusive Tāmaki Makaurau. For those reasons, haukura opposes the amendments, but we still want to acknowledge the effort being put forward to try and find solutions for everybody. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Councillor Hills, followed by Councillor Fletcher.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for chairing so well today. It's an important debate to be having. There is no doubt on, I don't think, anyone's mind here that 7.9 is a really tough decision for everyone. And we've been grappling over that before the cost increases to our budgets came in through February and March and are still here today. A few things. There is, sadly, it seems, always a crisis, but they aren't made up or they aren't not faced by all of us, whether it was the 500 million we had to find through COVID, whether it was the 7% interest rates, inflation rate that pushed us to a $326 million hole, whether it's now having to pay for a very expensive piece of infrastructure or a fuel crisis that I don't think any of us were predicting even in January. So none of those things didn't happen, but we had to react to all of them. Our long-term plan sits at a really kind of basic range, sits at about a 2% inflation rate, and we prepare for shocks, but then we have to either fund or cut things out of our budget. We made some really hard decisions in 2023. Hundreds of jobs did go, parts of departments were disbanded, there were a lot of things that had to go. There were cuts to almost every part of this organisation. We are trying to get back on track, and we are with the CRL, I guess, but it takes a lot for a big organisation like us to get big projects off the line. Our issue is we don't have a choice that this money needs to be spent. We can't not pay the interest. We cannot not pay the operating costs of this piece of infrastructure. It's there, it's coming. But what we do have a choice is to make some really strong decisions on savings, or some people might call them cuts. And that's what's happening through the Value for Money Committee. That's what Phil Wilson and his team are already doing. That's why many of the things listed in this amendment today are part of how we're going to find that 213 million already. That is already being baked in. It's baked in a little bit every year, and it will be baked into a much more extreme situation already. If we want to talk about whether the CRL is worth it to different parts of the city, well, we can debate that. A lot of people from all over the city will use this infrastructure, including the North Shore. The buses come right up against Te Waihoratu station from the busway, and you'll be able to connect around the city much faster. Also, it's no secret to me that we have the best bus services in the whole city, and a significant portion of funding goes towards those buses, and all of you around this table are paying for those for North Shore residents. Also, I think we're one of the only areas that happens to have quite a lot of ferries and quite a lot of ferry users, and there's big subsidies for those, and all of you around this table are paying for those. So it's always a bit of give and take. As I was speaking before about the Eastern Busway, that's $1.4 billion that we have been paying for that part of our city. Just want to talk about the major events, and my questions were, you cannot defer money without cutting the event. So I've had advice from Tātaki that if the decision is to remove that 7 million, the ASB Classic will not go ahead. Fashion Week, the Auckland Marathon, Armageddon, Symphony, Rainbow Games, Auckland Writers Festival, which had the biggest turnout ever. We have all sorts of events all across the city. The big announcement yesterday, the Warriors playing on Anzac Day, will not happen without this. Also, the All Blacks will go to Wellington or Christchurch because the money we are paying is keeping them here, but there's attractive offerings. Christchurch will be licking their lips at this discussion today. I've also spoken to a bunch of our local pest-free groups, Pest-free Kaipariki Project, a number of them on the North Shore who are quite shocked at what's been presented here, and they know that that will affect them quite considerably. With no consultation, they were shocked to even hear it was happening. Significant amounts of regional budget goes into pest-free groups and environmental groups right across our city. Events, the event list is long. Takapuna Winter Lights will not happen without this money. There's a bunch of amazing things on the shore, but across the city that won't happen. But the other thing is, if it's just for 1 year, not only will depreciation hit our budget likely through a downgrade, which will just replace services with more interest, which I don't want to do. Could I have a brief extension? The other thing is that we have to bring it all back. So we've been told that the inflation figure is doubled, likely in December. That hits our PSA agreements. That hits a number of things. We will see significant increases to next year's rates that we have to deal with, and then try and bring everything back. We will end up with a 7 or 8% rates rise easily next year if we don't get on top of it this year. So I cannot vote for this. We've had all the advice in the world. We need to make a decision today. That's what this meeting is about. It's making decisions. This is not advice day. We've had 6 months of being able to ask advice. And A lot of this advice will go into saving that 213 million. A lot of that we don't have the ability to do today, but we're working on it. So for the long-term stability of our city and for investing in our environment, public transport, this amendment will start to rip apart all of that, and we'll end up paying more money on things like interest cost as opposed to services. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Filipina. Chris.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Listening to some in the chamber here attempting to take the moral high ground, you might think it's business as usual here in Auckland right now. And I suppose if we sit around here in our ivory tower at the town hall in our comfortable seats, perhaps it feels that way. But my texts, calls, emails, and being regularly accosted in the supermarket when I'm shopping by ratepayers telling me that they have nothing left in the tank tells me that it is not business as usual. We're faced with a poisoned chalice. The public may not want us to cut much-loved events, but they also don't want us rating them out of their homes, and by majority, they have opposed this increase. Furthermore, they would expect us not to resile from asking difficult questions and for us to interrogate all lines of expenditure and not to be afraid of cost-cutting and reprioritisation just while things are so tough. So I want to acknowledge John Gillan and Bo Burns for their determination and their leadership. They have put in hours and hours of time into bringing something credible to this chamber today. And I also want to applaud you, Chair, for the fair manner in which you have chaired this debate, which can be difficult, I know, at times, because it's a strange place where the mood shifts from patronising and sarcastic one minute to groupthink, then to raw and emotional the next. So thank you for your calm chairing. I went last night to hear a debate, which was amazing, of 10 year 12 students, 5 from Linfield College and 5 from Mount Roskill Grammar, on AI and something that they just can't foresee the future. They can't, the merits and otherwise. But it really struck me that all of us are feeling a little fearful about the future right now. And as I walked to the town hall this morning, I stopped at that beautiful bronze statue of Robbie over in the Aotea Square, where a small group of us worked to have commissioned. Dovemai Robinson was staunch, and he encouraged others to be strong and not simply to take the easy path. Think hard about people and not allow yourself to be beaten into submission by those who may hold more power than yourself. We need to find resilience right now. As a little country, we need to remain nimble and responsive to change. In terms of change in my life, I have never experienced in Auckland the sense of despondency I am witnessing. Times are really difficult for many Auckland families. And the consultation, as has been discussed already, was taken before the worst of the current cost of living crisis kicked in. The Mayor refers multiple times in his notes not being willing to kick the can down the road. But how will this be interpreted by Aucklanders, kicking ratepayers instead? Aucklanders have had a tough time, and they are looking for leadership that understands affordability anxiety. Messages I'm getting are that council is out of touch. It's choosing to be tone deaf to the pain of families currently unable to meet their financial obligations. The Mayor properly refers to the challenge of trying to find balance between affordability and funding services and investments, and that's admirable. But there isn't the justification right now by comparing Auckland's rate increases to other cities and saying, well, ours is a little less. Auckland stats right now demonstrate the challenges from unemployment, the level of mortgagee sales, bankruptcies. All of these are being keenly felt right now. It's not a great time. The current financial crisis is worse than I think any of us were expecting. It is frightening for those who stay in their homes on fixed incomes. So what is our message? We'll fix you? On the depreciation side of things, nobody since 2010 has championed the importance of fully depreciating more so than myself. But we are in a moment of extraordinary time. And I think it's going to take a special intervention to Awhi Aucklanders through this difficult time. And once things will improve, and I am optimistic for the future, we'll see an upturn as Christchurch and Otago have found. But we need to help Aucklanders through to that point of knowing when, and we can address these when things improve. I don't
Would you like an extension of time, Councillor? Just see somebody move that.
Just very briefly.
No, way you go. You've got another 2 minutes.
I think that there are some good things in this, and we shouldn't be afraid of actually having our CEO come back to us. I am excited about some of the things. It's not all just council's bad. The CCO reform that we're doing is magnificent. I love the fact that we've got the Auckland Future Fund off the ground. But I'm worried that all the good things will get lost in a lack of trust in council because we are being tone deaf. Going into the LTP, I'm really excited about the opportunities, especially in the areas of non-rates revenue. You, or many of you, know that I think we should be lobbying government. It wouldn't cost them anything to bring forward in trust and actually bring that to the table now. We could do with those funds, but we'll need to work together to do that. So I'm just saying, let's not dismiss this out of hand. Let's be courageous. Let's try and do things differently, because I think Aucklanders are experiencing something the like of which I've certainly not seen in my lifetime before. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipina.
Kia ora hea mana. My first acknowledgement is to you. Councillor Fletcher is correct. You have chaired and managed this particular issue with leadership, so I mihi to you. I, however, think a process needs to happen. If people are going to put up amendments, in particular for annual plan, long-term plan, it should be shared. Don't be shy and don't be scared to share if you wish to make changes. Leadership means being honest, and honesty is the best policy. We have, last year was the start, we ended up getting all the information leading in to this annual plan. I'm not going to say thank you to Councillor Gillan or Councillor Burns. I'm not, and the reason I'm not is because whichever group, I looked at my emails thinking to myself, man, I know that I didn't get contacted by them if they had an option to put up an amendment, because that's democracy. That's in trying to include all of us around this table. No emails. The last email that I got in regards to this was at 4:43. So whatever group that you're talking to, I don't want to be part of it. I'll leave it to you fellas. But I know one thing, I'm still going to continue to be honest with the ratepayers and the people, not only in Manukau Ward, that got me and Councillor Foley in to this council, but also across Tāmaki, because we're regional councillors. That's why, because we're regional councillors. Getting this at the last minute and then having to talk to our staff, our finance staff, and saying to them, what are the impacts? The impacts were going to be huge. And I'm not going to cover off those, but I just want to acknowledge two people. You firstly, Deputy Mayor, in regards to your opening whakaaro. I'm mihi to you because you laid it out as well, and you as well, Councillor Henderson, and to everybody else. But look, I am going to continue to be honest with the people that elected me, but also speak as a regional councillor. And that's the reason why I will not be voting for this amendment, as I indicated when I ended up having the first of my partai. I'm not going to vote for this because I have been told the impacts. I have heard about the impacts. It would have been great to at least get a heads up from people if they had issues, even after the election. So, look, all the best. All the best for you fellas. But I'm not voting for this. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you, councillor. At the moment, one more speaker, and that's Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I probably live on a different planet because I've come from a board of some quite successful businesses where when the environment's changing, you almost emergency move to try to find ways to change your operation. I think Duncan's got a few slides that I'm going to just share with you because there's a lovely old Latin saying that says, contra vera nihil obstat, against fact there is no argument. Because I'm not worried about the 7.9% so much as that it's been a continuous year on year on year on year real increase in the costs of people living in the city. We can flick to the first one, one more now. So here's inflation from the Reserve Bank since the 2011-2012 year. And you can see by indexing it from back to there, there's been a 39.1% increase over those years of Auckland Council in CPI. And so you would expect, if you were running a business and your costs were running at what CPI has been running at, I always like to see at about a CPI minus X where you try and do a bit better, but 39.1% has been the cumulative CPI over that time. Please remember that number because I'm going to show you some more. Next slide. The rates take over that same period. One more. There is the rates take starting at 1.31 and ending at 2.79. A 212% increase in rates. A 212% increase in the rate take while inflation was running at 39%. Now, I know there'll be some of you immediately come up with the next one, but we've had a bigger population increase. So we need to put that in as well. Next slide. Sorry, there's inflation and there's rates take, just for you to compare it. A 5.4 times as much rate increase as inflation has been. Next slide. The argument then will be, well, we've had a population increase. And since 2012, the population's gone up. And so I've applied a correction factor for that one as well. A 23% increase in the population of the city over that time. So you now need to discount the growth by another 23% to make it a per capita or per ratepayer. Next slide. There it is discounted. That takes account of the population increase. 39% inflation, 163% population corrected rate increase. That's still more than 4 times the rate of inflation. That is still more than 4 times the rate of inflation. We've been adding costs to the poor old sod out there day after day. And the thing that I have said in the Parliament, and I'll say it again here, there's only one thing in the world I hate. One thing. I don't hate my opponents, I don't hate other people's views and so on. I hate monopolies. Because monopolies can just do as they wish and charge you as they want, and you have no choice. If there were 4 different councils running the city, people would move them there to another one, or change their customer, or change whatever. But we are actually charged with being the monopoly provider of service, and after correcting for inflation, we've had a 4 times rate of increase of our costs. Next slide. Next one. Here's our full-time equivalent staff, and this has been given to me by our staff, so it's not my numbers made up. You can see we had 4 FTEs, 9,111 back in 2012. Around about 62% of the population of Auckland was, 0.62% of population was our full-time equivalent staff. I always believed that technology changes, efficiency gains from the merger, and a whole range of change of business practice would actually see that ratio drop. We'd see less full-time equivalent staff needed to run this operation than we did when it first got formed. Well, the population's gone up 23%, and our full-time equivalent staff, as of the figures I was given for the March quarter, 34.2%. And I'm sorry, but not one of you seem to be addressing that. You've been talking about the 7.9 today and whether it should be 5.9 or 6.9. But there's a much bigger issue that we face here, that the public, they don't know these numbers, because I didn't even know some of these till I actually pulled them all together, but they feel them. My God, they feel them. They feel them in their skin and their bones every time they realise their bills are coming in and just growing and growing, but the services are getting less and less and less. And so my view, Mr. Chairman, is that the one thing I want to pay credit, big credit to at least Councillor Gillan and to Councillor Burns for at least trying to get us to think about it, because if we don't think about an absolute root and branch analysis of where we are and what we do, then we'll be back at this table in a year's time with the same set of numbers. We'll be back here with the same, it won't be 3.5. Mike Lee's got a very safe bet on his hands. And if you want to do something really interesting, go to AI and ask AI to give you examples.
Councillor, I'll just look for an extension for you. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, well,
We've got another 2 minutes.
Okay, well, it won't be that much. Go to AI and ask them to look at successful companies. Just ask the question, show me successful companies who have dramatically downsized their staff because of the world of technology and the world of new processes and ways. And you'll just see, in fact, you will sit there for hours. Companies who have just taken all of this out of their operation and moved that off, et cetera, et cetera. We have done a bit. Credit to the bit of the group shared services, at least to start on it. The wastage that goes on with Auckland Transport is legendary, and we've got to do that. But I beg you, please don't just sit on 7.9 today and say, that's it, I'm voting for this. I can see it's not going to get the numbers. I can do mathematics. I've worked it out. It's what about 15 to sort of 8 or 7. So it's not going to get through. Don't need to be a rocket scientist. Please don't ignore these numbers. Please don't ignore these numbers. If you like, I'll send you the PowerPoint around. I only put them together last night. We've had a massive growth in the costs we impose on the people of the city, well and truly above inflation, and well and truly above population growth. I'll leave that with you.
The rates take were wrong. Is that a point of order?
I can't allow cross-talk, guys. Take it up with each other.
They come straight from the annual report.
Councillor Ferry, then Member Henry.
Kia ora. Just for the record, what was just being discussed there was a challenge from the Deputy Mayor that the rates take numbers presented on those slides were incorrect. I have no comment to make on whether they're correct or not. I just wanted to take my opportunity to relay that message from the Deputy Mayor, who chairs the Value for Money Committee and in the past has chaired the Finance and Performance Committee for several terms under previous mayors as well, to give context to why she might have that to hand. Right, so I wanted to make a couple of points. First is that we have had this discussion about the timing of this amendment. I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of all of that. What I would note is that past amendments in the 2023 and 2024 budget debates, in both cases, what was put up balanced at the point of amendment. I didn't agree with how it was balanced, but it did balance. It wasn't asking for advice on how to do further cuts that would come later. It was balanced when it was put before us. And so that is an important difference here, where it would have been helpful if this direction had been socialised with all of us beforehand. We had had an opportunity to not only get the advice sought, and my view is we should seek advice before we vote on a budget, not after, but also for us to have a collective conversation about it, because that's actually the value of workshops. Workshops are, yes, about having a conversation with staff, but they're primarily about having a conversation amongst ourselves, collectively, to move from point A to point B, to progress things. We don't make a decision, but we progress things. And so that's, I'm particularly disappointed in the fact an opportunity was given for a conversation about it last Wednesday, and that opportunity was not taken up. In fact, it was denied that anyone was working on this. So the other major point I wanted to make was, before I move to a substantive point, was that we actually do have areas that have different rates now because their properties are valued differently. We also have a number of local boards that have targeted rates. And if people are going to move, people do have an ability to move around the city based on the rates they pay. So I'm not sure what the point was there from Councillor Williamson. However, the overarching point I wanted to make in response to the claim that we've had rates increases but not increases in services is that any of us who go out in our community can tell every day that there have been significant increases in services. There are more community groups getting grants. There are more community events, major, regional, local, tiny, neighbourhood day grants than there were before the Super City existed. These have taken years to build up to contribute to the social cohesion of our neighbourhoods and streets. There's also been a massive increase in access to library services. You used to not be able to access every library across the region. You had to do troublesome interloans, and as someone who worked at the library, they were a pain in the arse. Now you can go to any of our libraries, you can return books to any of our libraries, you can get books from any of our libraries. We have massive improvements and increases in programs offered at community centres. We have more assets that have been built and people have access to as well, and those all have operating costs, which again costs more above and beyond growth, because in some parts of the city we were actually under-delivering to the populations there, and we still are in some. That's the whole conversation about local board funding. Also, we have business support programs that we offer. The pest control programs, we kind of dropped the ball in the first couple of years after amalgamation. A lot of the environmental work had been funded through the regional council, who did a good job, but a lot of it was mapped to local boards who didn't have that regional footprint or the resources to actually do it properly. Now it's a shared responsibility, and we're seeing kōkako come back to the Hanuas. If that's not an increase in benefit to our community, I don't know what it is. And we can tell those stories all across the region. I have streams that are having eels come back to the awa for the first time in decades. And that is because of these kinds of investments by this council with our community. I also wanted to address this issue that we could go line by line, because actually we tried to do that last term through the Revenue and Expenditure and Value Committee, which Councillor Williamson chaired for the first part. We had Power BI data provided to us that broke things down into a great level of detail, as requested by Councillors Williamson and Turner. That was all provided. There were no proposals that came out of that I recall that actually worked on this line-by-line idea. The opportunity has been provided and not taken up. I also wanted to finally, appropriately given that a lot of this rates increase is due to the City Rail Link, point out we have had a transformational change already in transport in this city. We have more public transport routes available by bus, by ferry, and soon way more by train than we've ever had before. It is becoming a viable option for more and more Aucklanders to get around by public transport and ditch their cars. That is a massive service improvement for all Aucklanders, whether you drive a car or you take the bus or you ride a bike. The reduction in congestion, the economic benefits, and the sheer mental health improvement from not having to be stuck in traffic all the time for those who choose to use another method of transport is huge. So I will not be supporting the amendment. I will not take a call on the substantive, other than to say now that I appreciate the hard work that's gone into finding a balanced budget, and I will support the substantive at 7.9%, assuming this does not pass. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. I was just checking if there are any more speakers. Thank you very much for that, Shane. I don't know how you knew I was about to do that, but yeah. Okay. Do we have a seconder for the extension of time? 3-second rule again. Oh, there we go. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Okay. Carried. Okay. We're going to go to the vote now.
So,
What's that? We're going to go to the vote now. Is there a call for a division on that? There was, okay. All right. I'll hand that over. Whoops. Sorry, Your Worship. Sorry, guys.
Yes, thanks for that. It's pretty round the corner, you don't look around. You've got a
Sorry,
sore
mate.
neck, haven't you, mate?
Yeah, sorry.
I know we're talking about the amendment here, but, and everyone's praising everyone for offering up something different. There's actually a lot of work to get to 7.9. It is a zero rate increase plus a railway. And if you wanted to say that you guys should have, in the last few lots, made the railway bloody sight cheaper, but you didn't. And as far as presenting graphs and bits and pieces, if they're not audited carefully, it's just kind of like more showmanship. It's easy to want to sloganeer to say that we heard how terrible things are and we're going to make things up, as if we didn't know. We've got to nothing plus a railway. And you think we haven't made a lot of jobs to do that. There is no point. I'm not going to support this, but you're just setting up the CEO to fail. And what's the point of doing that? You know, it won't happen. We've got $106 million. Poor bugger's got a fine now, and it's going to be $50 million worth of more diesel. The idea it's only going to be 25, and it's all going to get suddenly solved next week because President Trump now has found the Straits of Hormuz is nonsense. We're in for a reset in fuel prices for quite a long time. Forget that it's not just the chips going through, they've knocked out half the refineries. So it's not going to be good news. In terms, we heard a lot about hardship, and as if nobody knows that. And I've heard a lot about from people who haven't got businesses about how the business is going to be suddenly fixed. We have ratepayer. Council must continue to promote rates rebates and rates postponements and make those mechanisms easy to access. There is help out there for those people who genuinely find it hard. We'll continue to support the Ratepayers Assistance Scheme, which will provide a meaningful support for those who need it and requires government legislative backing. Most councils around the country have asked for this. There are ways and means of solving it, but it's easy to say, oh, woe is me. We've got this railway. If you don't pay for it this year, it's just going to be more next year. The idea of pushing out inflation is being put by those people who will guarantee that we don't get 3.5 next year and the year after. Well, I guarantee that we do, but as long as we stick with the sensible things we said we'd do. And there's still a lot of pressure on the chief executive, but if you set them up to fail, that's just dumb. It won't happen. And so I will not be supporting this, but I will be supporting what we promised in the long-term plan. And that's, people say things have changed. Well, what's changed most of all is fuel. And the already out of control CRL budget, it was out of control before I arrived. And it hasn't got any worse, thank God. But I think we should be responsive to change, not responsive to sloganeering. You know, just when someone puts up a slogan and says, oh, don't do this, that's not realistic. You know, we should be here for the people pointing out that we've got this down to naught plus a railway. And all you who sat around here for ages letting that railway go up by a lot, don't make speeches to me about saving money. Okay, that's it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Worship. We'll put that by division now, so I'll just hand over to the staff here to run us through it.
Thank you, members. You are voting on the amendment via resolve. We will start the vote now.
Walter, your mic's on.
The amendment is lost 15 votes to 8.
That's lost. We'll move on straight on. What I'm planning to do now is go straight into the debate of the substantive. Then we'll just see how we go for half an hour. If we need to have a break after then, we'll have the break, but we'll see how much of it we can get through. So you may recall it's been moved, it's been seconded. We'd had the questions on it, so now I'm opening it up for anyone who wants to comment on it. Okay, if there being nobody, I'll put, okay.
I did just have, and to Deputy Mayor's point around the slideshow before, I mean, the rates rises over that time, still a lot, but they weren't 200 and something percent, they were 100, which is still a lot, but it's not 200. But the one thing we missed out, no, I just need to say, the one thing that was missing out there was our choice to increase capital, which has increased almost 400% in that time. So it's the one thing that's different. It's not attached to all those things. I'm taking... Anyway, that's all I want to say.
I'll just, hang on, Toe. We're just about there. Councillor Hills, have you finished your...
Yes.
I felt like you got interrupted. Yeah.
I said I only had 1 point, and that was it, just to correct the record.
Okay, that's the point. Take a call? I'll talk. Okay, I've got Councillor Turner. I'll call him for division. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Look, we've had a lot of debate around the amendment, but I just want to have my say here. I want Aucklanders to know that this vote hasn't been easy for me. I don't think I've ever struggled, if I'm honest with you, with a budget more than this one, and I've done some tough ones, because I know that people are doing it tough, and I know that the fuel crisis, on top of a number of things for Auckland families, is really tough. I'm going to hold this up. These are all the new things we're doing in this budget. And you know what it's costing the people of Auckland? Zero. It's a 0% rates for the water treatment plant in Wellsford, for the East Coast Bays Community Centre, the Tafo Pathway. All these things we have done through financial efficiencies so that the only cost to Aucklanders is the cost of the CRL, 235 million. When you all turn up for the opening, I want you to remember the vote today, because that's what it's about.
3.5 next year.
Sorry? Oh, sorry. Okay, well, that's all right. This budget has been developed in a period of unprecedented uncertainty. I just want to reiterate the financial efficiencies this council is making in this budget. 213 million, or a 7.1% equivalent in rates. If someone had put up an amendment for less, I probably would have gone for it. Your Worship, there's one thing I want to say to you as your deputy. I will hold you to account. 3.5 next year and the year after. You've promised that? And you
As long
have
as
to
we
deliver.
do 7.9 this year, but if you're going to not do,
No, he's got 2 more years to go.
nah, but I mean, if we're not going to do depreciation, you won't get it.
Yeah.
But if we do this and we work with the chief executive and don't give them things which are impossible, I'm looking to do 3.5. I promised the long-term plan to be the long-term plan. So yes, I will, and we'll show you fellas.
Desley.
Yeah, and just finally, I wanted to say I listened to my own ward. They had a say. I always listen to them. 54% were in favour of the rates rise. 54% were in favour of the budget and 39% opposed. That's a 15-point margin. I know we're regional, but for the people of Ōrākei, I'm just saying I listened to their feedback, to those who gave it.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so I'll put that, are you speaking to it, Ken? Okay.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just wanted to say that the Faux pathway is not free. The Faux pathway is at $90 million for 12 kilometres, of which 3 kilometres is on the road and being done by Auckland Transport, leaves 9 kilometres. Now that 9 kilometres is only half finished, and we're looking, and they were in here knocking on our doors for more money just a month or so ago. And the Faux pathway is a really sound project, but it's another example of our delivery costing an arm and a leg. And the money that went to the Faux pathway to this stage, 48 million came from the government, didn't go to the trust to deliver the asset, went into council, and then council delivered the asset. I rest my case about where we should be looking for the real savings. Thank you.
All right, team, I hope we don't do too much repetition, but Councillor Henderson.
Faux pathway wasn't funded by this council. Now, can we get to the vote, please?
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, all right. I'm going to put it to the vote by division. I'll hand it over to the staff to run us through it.
Thank you, members. You are voting on the original motion. Be it resolved, and we'll start the vote now. Carried 15 votes to 7, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you for that. So that's carried. We got through that a little bit quicker than I thought. It's pretty important we get the fees done, so I'll just take some advice. Shall we do the fees and then go and then take a break? Okay, let's go. Andrew? I'll introduce the item. Is that right? Yeah. Purpose is to recommend changes to the rating policy and fees for adoption as part of the Council's annual plan 2026-2027. Have we got up there? Have we got a mover for the fees? We've got Councillor Baker, seconder. Is that right? Councillor Foley, thank you. I'll hand over to you, Andrew.
This report recommends the adoption of some changes to other rates and fees. These are mainly to retain the cost recovery that's set out in our revenue and financing policy, or that was part of the basis for adoption of those fees or charges by yourselves at the time they were implemented. A couple of key issues in there. One is the ending of the Waitakere Rural Sewerage Pump Out Scheme on the 1st of July 2027, a year ahead, as we're now effectively rolling out the Safer Sewerage Program, which manages the environmental risks. And it's both in Waitakere and across the region. Got an adjustment after 13 years to the residential parking permit fee. A couple of the key things there. We're happy to answer any questions, and we have colleagues on the specific matters if you wish to explore them further.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There being no questions, are there any comments? There being no comments, I'm happy to put that on voices. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, team. I'm going to put one more item.
We need an adjournment to sort out the recommendations for this one.
Do we? Do you need a minute to sort out the recommendations?
Yes.
You do?
Yep,
okay. What we're going to do, apparently, is we'll have a 10-minute break. We'll do one more item, just to give feel of the mood of the room here. Then I was going to close the meeting, defer the rest of the items to the next GB. So that next GB would cover off the remaining business and would, I guess, endorse what's happened today. So are you happy to do that, or do you want to press through a little bit for another hour? Oh, the GB straight after this? Ah, I think, oh, yeah, hang on, I might press on, but I'll get some advice.
Okay, so there's one more item that we really need to get through today, which is around the two local board targeted rates. It should be reasonably straightforward, just got to sort out the exact recommendations. There are two other items on the agenda, which is quarterly performance reporting and statement of intents. Those could be deferred to governing body next week without too much of a problem. But it is important that we go into the governing body meeting that occurs straight after this to confirm the budget decisions. So that's the proposal.
I think, depending on what happens in that governing body meeting, I think we will defer those other ones for the GB next week, and we'll complete business as you've recommended. I think that's, because I just don't know how long that GB might take. Okay? All right, so, okay, guys, 10 minutes break, and then we'll come back while they sort out the recs. have the chairs had a chance to see them? We're going to see them live now. Okay. Can we put them up? Okay. Right. Okay, team, we'll recommence. There we go. Okay, 8.4 is about the targeted rates for the two local boards, Mangere Otahuhu Local Board and Tara Papatoe Local Board, around their targeted rates. I'll just cover the
I'm happy
purpose.
to move this in the absence of the councillors from Manukau. I'll move it.
The purpose is to consider the recommendations of the Mangere Otahuhu and the Otara Papatoe local boards to introduce a Mangere Otahuhu local board services target rate and a Otara Papatoe local board services target rate to fund local services, operating expenses on the Mangere Otahuhu and Otara Papatoe local board areas as part of the annual plan 2026-27. I want to acknowledge we have online Chair Walter and Chair Rees. Thank you for joining us. And I know you've probably just seen the recommendation right now. And we're going to have staff present to it, but should we get this moved and live? Okay, shall we move it and just get... So, okay, Alf's got back from his run. Okay, so Councillor Philippine has moved it, seconded by Councillor Baker. Thank you very much. So will we start off with a brief introduction, and do we turn to the chairs? And I understand the chairs are also available for questions, if need be. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. As noted in the additional recommendations from these boards, and since the report was published, both local boards have resolved to amend their recommendations. These amendments have been shared with the committee members prior to the meeting. Following the decisions on the Mayor's proposal this afternoon, which includes a solution for the local board's cost pressures, the local boards do not recommend introducing targeted rates. The local board chairs are online to support this item.
Okay, gentlemen online, both chairs, did you want to speak to it? I just wanted to afford you the opportunity if you want to speak to this at all, either of you. Hey, Walter.
Kia ora, Chair Sayers and mihi atu kia koe, me hoki Worship Mayor and members of the Budget and Performance Committee. Chair, I'm here today on behalf of the Mangere Otahuhu Local Board and our Mangere Otahuhu community to provide our final feedback on the annual budget 26-27, specifically regarding the proposed local services targeted rate. Chair, early this year, our board consulted on our request for a targeted rate to address the significant funding gap that was before us of just over 1.05 million for local services. Since then, the financial landscape has changed significantly. First, updated showed a lower gap of 600k. Then the Mayor proposal offered a one-off central solution. Finally, we received confirmation that the remaining cost pressures, 600k, can be absorbed by other regional funding, which we are very appreciative of. As we've heard, Chair, earlier on and advised by our councillors, Philippine and Councillor Foley, and we acknowledge them for their engagement and their working closely with the board. As a result, our position has evolved, hence why I'm here today on behalf of the board to formally advise the committee that we have withdrawn our request for any local services targeted rate for the coming financial year. While we are not proceeding with the targeted rate this year, our broader feedback to this committee is clear in our annual plan feedback and advocacy. The fairer funding model needs to be reviewed and changes to reflect our community, but also other community and council. It currently over relies on population-based formulas and fails to weigh deprivation adequately. Our community, one of Auckland's most deprived, cannot keep facing service cuts or extra local rates. We advocate shifting funding to genuine need, prioritising areas with deep, long-standing poverty and social hardship. Fairness means directing resources where hardship is deepest, not where amenity gaps are merely inconvenient. Looking ahead to this coming financial year, we have taking steps, and now by being prudent and forward-thinking and looking forward how we, rather than wait until we are forced to cut services under pressure, we are choosing now to relocate funding from several of our economic and activation programs and placing that budget into community grants, which also deliver direct benefits to our high deprivation communities. But in theory, it will be easier to reduce this program in future years when reductions are required. In closing, Chair, and through you, Chair, may I acknowledge Councillor Gillan and Burns for their determination and courageous amendment of their proposal in this robust debate. I commend them and wish them well. Chair, I'd just like to thank you for your calmness and your fairness throughout this process. It's very encouraging, but also disheartened to listen throughout the whole of the afternoon to the debates, and we look forward to working with you and on a truly fairer funding future. Ngā mihi atu kia koutou. May we all enjoy the rest of our day. Kia ora, ka mihi.
Thank you, Chair Walter. Thank you very much. There may be some questions, and thank you for being online all this time. Chair Rees, do you have any comments?
Talofa lava, thank you, Chair, thank you, Mayor, elected members, and Hokura, thank you for this opportunity just to explain the change in our stance as well, in addition to what Member or Chair Walter has said. I just wanted to maybe outline how much work that our local boards have had to do to cut, to meet the balanced budget. Our local boards had the highest fiscal hole to fill in terms of cost pressures. We began with $1.6 million. And so we were the worst off. And we've been able to get it down to $500,000. And so that was a lot of hard work. It was wringing blood out of a stone. And to the point where I'm not sure what options we might have next year. We might actually have to start looking at closing library hours. That was the next option if we didn't get the support from the governing body. And so I am thankful that the governing body has been able to cover the hole for this local board and the other local boards affected, but we don't have many options left next year. Our grants program is now cut down from it was about $300,000 in the previous term per year, now only $80,000. Our communities rely on these grants to provide the services and events. Our Papatoetoi Christmas parade is the second biggest in Auckland, they like to say, but we wouldn't be able to afford that this time supporting them. Polyfest is another big group that asked for funding from the local board. All these groups, we might have to turn away this financial year and maybe never again if we don't have that option next year. So this is really hard to come to. I'm thankful. Apologies first off that I wasn't able to stay in the meeting because we had our business meeting, and so I missed what happened between the mayor's proposal and the amendments. But my understanding from staff that either of those options still covered the local board funding gap. So that's hence why we changed our mind in the last minute. Actually, we only decided yesterday at an emergency meeting to rescind the ask for a targeted rate on the advice that that these two programs or these two options would be able to cover Just want to thank our councillors as well, Alpha Filipaina and Lotu Fuli, for their guidance in this area. We're not privy to all the discussions that are happening around that table, but they were able to lead us and make sure that we were prudent in our resolutions, that we kept this alive until the last minute as an option. But now that we have got confirmation that it will be covered, we no longer need it. So just to add on to what the chair of Māngere o Tahu has also said, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Rees. Yeah, no, that was very informative and helpful. And probably for me, it really painted a picture of, the amount of work that both local boards have put in. So congratulations to both local boards. Okay, questions? You have, Councillor Turner. And who's it to, Ken?
Just to everybody really, maybe to the Chief Executive. I just, from my understanding, just listening to that, the council's been able to cover these problems that led to the boards looking to deliver a targeted rate. We've been able to take away that problem from funding that we've found inside the group. Is that right? You've found funding that you could able to do this outside the discussion of the rate increase.
A significant proportion of the cost pressure, I think from memory, $6 million, Ross, help me. Yes, we've absorbed it within the organisation. It's part of that additional load on top of the 106 million that we've been discussing. So yes, we've promised to absorb it. We still have to solve for it. That was the decision.
Just to add to that, part of solving it is some adjustments to some other local boards have converted discretionary OPEX into CapEx, and that is freed up some OPEX that is able to help with that $6 million problem. That is part of the solution here. That is only a one-off solution, though. It doesn't solve the longer-term problem. But there is through the long-term plan, there will be a review of fair funding and the whole local board funding formula as part of the long-term plan process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for the answer. No more questions? Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much. Staff can step back. Are there any comments or debate? Thank you, Al.
I just wanted to acknowledge, Herman, I just want to acknowledge our local board staff. To all of you, thank you so much, because now we don't have to have this targeted rate and the impact on the two local boards and the community that both Councillor Foley and I represent. So just wanted to acknowledge that, but also I mentioned earlier about the proposal. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair. I just want to tautoko as well and acknowledge our two local board chairs they were online right from the start of this meeting, so they've been waiting all day, and I thank them for their patience. But also want to acknowledge both of those local boards and their staff who have really been through quite a difficult time. I know there's been a high level of anxiety every time Councillor Alpha and I have gone out to meet the board and see their staff, just the level of anxiety they've gone through as a result of the uncertainty about whether it was going to be covered or not. And so I just want to really mihi to both local boards and to the local board services teams behind them as well, and all of our staff as well in this space. Kia ora.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor. That's all? Okay. We've got the recommendations moved and seconded. We'll put that on voices. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Right, very final decision for you today. I'm going to put forward, there's 3 information items only left at the end of the agenda. That's the forward work program, the status update on action decisions, and the summary of information circulated. The information only items, I'm going to move them all as one. So I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Williamson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. So just so everyone's quite clear, deferred to next week will be the items that we haven't covered on the agenda, and I'll just bring the
meeting to a close. I guess just in that closing, I just want to thank everybody for today's efforts. It's been a long day. I've just really appreciated the professionalism around the table. So thank you, everybody. Well done. Thank you to the staff at the front there. I will take a 10-minute break while they just set up for the GB, which will be in 10 minutes' time. Team members, thank you very much again. On that note, we'll sign off.